This is a clouds weather alert. Good Saturday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming on the air right now with a severe thunderstorm warning toward parts of Dixie and Lafayette counties here until about 3:30. Seeing some damaging wind potential, so we need to go ahead and get folks inside, away from windows. Just a lot of lightning. I know just an hour ago or so, we really didn't have much lightning on the Doppler. I'll go back an hour. I mean, literally no strikes in this frame here. And now just the copious amounts of lightning, copious amounts of rain. Just not a good situation here as we're looking. I know after what happened yesterday with a terrible tragedy in the Tallahassee there with 2 people losing their life because of a falling tree. It's just, just awful to, see that. And now we have to watch out for storms again today here over the next several hours, maybe with you for a while. I know we have a marginal risk of severe weather, and I'll go ahead and say we have the heat advisory is hot in spots that aren't getting the storm still, but getting the storms there toward areas there closer toward the Gulf right now. And our overall severe weather risk, though, day 1 convective outlook, pretty much everybody under that risk. So marginal 1 out of 5 potential for some severe weather. So gotta be vigilant here. I know we keep switching between some different radars to try to get an idea of what's going on down here, and we'll get toward the Valdosta radar right now. You have some of this damaging wind potential right in here as we get toward areas there around Anderson Road and Wilson Tram Road. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Dixie County there as I drag that on down, and parts of Lafayette County there until about 3:30 p.m. So just need to be very mindful here of what's going on with the overall Doppler picture. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in play. Let me go ahead and read the statement off from the Weather Service there in Tallahassee. I know they've been monitoring things very closely, and let me just go ahead and read things off here from the Tallahassee office as things do transpire here with the overall meteorological story. I know they were busy last night, same with Jacksonville office, and now here we go again as we're monitoring things. So at 2:30, a severe thunderstorm was located in the Cross City area and was nearly stationary. Cross City, Shamrock, Cross City Airport, Old Town, Hatch Bend, Eugene, Fletcher, over toward Yellow Jacket, and Fanning Springs here under this warning. So severe thunderstorm warning until about 3:30 this afternoon. Need to take precautions here as we're looking toward this part of the viewing circle. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in play here. Have some maybe burst of wind potential, burst of wind energy type of damage potential here. As I know, an hour ago didn't have much, and you had some of this, and just with everything that's happened here, things, with the Saharan dust and with what happened yesterday, we can't take any chances here. These bursts of wind energy can happen pretty rapidly. So you just got to be taking precautions here right now in toward this part of the covered area. So again, severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30 here. You have Anderson Road, Rock Road, Northeast 440th Street there, Caleb Road, Hickory Street there. Again, just a nasty storm. It's nearly stationary according to Weather Service in Tallahassee. So again, we have a very nasty setup here. Could have to be with you for hours, just for all these storms. We have another storm around Levy County. It's not quite as severe, maybe, but that looks pretty nasty right north of Chiefland right now in Hardytown as we get in really tight here. Let me switch over to the road profile for Gainesville Road, Gainesville area road. This is Levy County, but Hardytown there, we have Northwest 10th Street, Northwest 11th Drive. Again, you look here, Northwest 5th Street there. Again, this is a dangerous situation in terms of we could have a burst of wind energy in Levy County as well. As we look, I know it doesn't look that impressive on radar, but what we had happen yesterday was very significant. Again, obviously the most significant thing was the tragedy that happened in Leon County. There were 2 people losing their lives because of a falling tree. But in toward Gainesville, we had a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust, and by the time it was realized how strong that storm was, it already was weakening, so we never had a severe warning for it. Quite a bit of damage occurred. So I just got to be really careful here in this type of setup. Again, watching things, and you have the automated alerts there, facebook.com/cloudsweather. I know that can be helpful here in these instances when we're not, quite on, when we have that first warning. You can see that pop up before I get on. I have to get things together sometimes just to make sure, we have everything, especially in a situation where I think we're going to be on for a while, have all our, just tools here in alignment. So again, just trying to be very mindful here of this severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Dixie County and for parts of Lafayette County there. So you have this wind energy here, northeast 246th Street, northeast 50th Street. This is west of Fletcher, west of Dixietown, north of Cross City. Just got to be really careful here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30. Let's go back to the normal radar mode so you can see what else is going on. There's, quite a bit of convexity near the coast. We don't have a lot in our inland communities, hardly any at all in terms of, storms showing on up, which is good, but it's going to destabilize more where we're at. Let's see, how warm are we right now? Here, East Starkwood, 97 on my thermometer, so we are just warming on up here. Heat advisory condition in play here till 7, but, if we get a storm earlier than that, it will cool off maybe below that criteria earlier on, but you could have damage from that burst of wind energy. Under the forecast model, I just put it out a little while ago. I had to kind of make it, start a little later because it wasn't even showing anything at 2 o'clock. We did have stuff on the radar when I put it out, but we didn't have any lightning, and just all of a sudden, we just had that eruption of electrical energy here meteorologically, and you just got to be really cognizant. I mean, this is right here, and a little bit of it's out of the area, but, most of that's in our area where we have 296 lightning strikes in just the last 15 minutes. So, again, got to be really cognizant here. Whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors here. Again, this is a nasty situation. We have Levy with a significant weather advisory. The Tampa office is in charge of issuing, advisories, warnings for Levy County. And I'll go to the Tampa radar, and you can see some of that burst of wind right around Chiefland, possibly. That seems like it's maybe more in town, even in the Cross City area stuff. Cross City accent looks like it may be just north of town. So, this could be causing damage right into where Chiefland there in Levy County. Let's look at power outage numbers, see what's going on here. Dixie County, a little bit of an outage so far. Not so in Levy yet, but we're going to watch those trends through the day here. This could be a pretty long, live stream, unfortunately, here with severe warning, these yellow boxes. Again, I'm almost a little more concerned about Chiefland because this is right over town. We're going to try to pull up some cameras. We're just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here, going between some of the different sources behind the scenes. I know we have John B. Watson talking about Tampa. Yeah, these are just some extreme type, of conditions down there. Strongest winds that John B's seen there in a non-tropical storm. And looking there, we have a storm there. Another one of our viewers, they were, down in Waldo the other day, but they're back up north now. But we're going to be watching things across north central Florida there as we keep you guys informed on things. And, just across our 38 counties. Let me go ahead and we're going to try to pull up some traffic cameras now, though. We're going to try to get one up in Chiefland if we can here. Yeah, we have quite a few available to us in Chiefland, so let's try to... Oh, wow, it looks pretty nasty there, so let's go ahead and switch over. Let's go ahead and switch this over as quick as we can here. Again, we really need to be taking precautions around Chiefland as well there. The indoor part of Levy County. This is a live look there, US 19/98 at US 129/Rogers Boulevard. And you can see the inclement conditions there in Chiefland and Levy County. And there's not an official warning down there, but they're seeing some rough weather. We have the official warning for Dixie and parts of Lafayette counties there. As we look toward the north, this is some really rough weather, though, coming through Chiefland right now. Now, it's really far from the radar site, so we don't know what's actually happening down toward the surface without cameras like these. So this helps, give a window to the conditions here. Again, this is a Florida 511 camera, some very rough conditions moving through Chiefland, maybe a burst of wind energy there. So again, just, maybe that burst of wind energy coming on through. We're going to keep looking. You're going to look at some more cameras. Let me move away from this one. We'll go back to the radar for a moment. We're going to go ahead and go back over to the radar for a moment here. I'm going to see if I can get some more cameras up right around Chiefland there in Levy County. These Florida 511, Florida Department of Transportation cameras. I know there's a lot of ponding the water on the roadway on another one of these. Let me go ahead and pull it on in here. You can see that. This is US 19/98 there at County Road 320/Northwest 23rd Avenue. You see a lot of that ponding the water on the roadway. People traveling, just gotta be really careful. Gonna keep efforting some more camera views here for you at home. Just a one-man band, but it's all about trying to keep you guys safe and informed. I know the official warnings in the other area to the north, but this is right over Chiefland, so I just don't want to take any chances here. You know, right over town there. People out and about on a Saturday afternoon. Let's go ahead and switch cameras here. You can see this, the reduced visibility for sure. Telling that story. Let me look at some things on the Doppler here real quick. Go between some of the different computer sources. I'll look for a camera kind of east there of the Chiefland nameplate, but not sure I actually have one in that direction, but I'll see what I can kind of come up with the best I can. May not really be able to get, you know, east there, but so some different ones there, a little bit closer toward, you know, the left of the screen maybe, in terms of the geography. A little further west. So just kind of telling that story there in Levy County. I think the worst is just a little east of some of these cameras, but looks like we have Jason Peters Rail Adventures watching. We have John watching as well. I just appreciate everybody tuning in here on this Saturday afternoon. Just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here on these inclement conditions. Thanks so much for you guys, you know, watching, just trusting me here. Gonna go ahead and move through some more of our weather data points right now. Let's get back up to the warning to the north here. As I sit back down at our computer for now, at the Barron computer. But, you know, this the overall situation is one we're monitoring. You can see some of this wind energy here west of Vail. You know, that's Gilchrist County. That is, by the way, I know if you guys aren't familiar with our area here, or even if you are, I mean, you might not know this, but 3 different weather services here. Gilchrist, Jacksonville Weather Service area. You know, that's the Jacksonville Weather Service. This right here is the Tallahassee Weather Service. And this here is the Tampa Weather Service. So, you know, all different offices for these 3 different counties in charge of issuing alerts. So this, you know, this is Gilchrist, this is Dixie, this is Levy, and all 3, they're 3 different weather services. I mean, Gilchrist and, you know, down in toward Levy and Dixie, though, these are all the Gainesville television market, but they're 3 different weather service offices. So I know it's a little bit interesting here how that works. You know, and pretty far from the radar we're using right now. I believe I have it on the Tampa radar. Let me double check. Or no, excuse me. Okay, I do have it on the Valdosta because I can see where the sweep's coming from. As I zoom one out there. So, but you can use a few different ones in here to be completely honest. So again, watching things carefully. I mean, looking here, this is about 6,000 feet up. This is about 8,000 feet up. Let me go to the Tampa radar. Okay, Chiefland, that's Roy, these are higher up, 12, 15,000. How about Tallahassee radar? 7,000-ish, 9, 10,000. So yeah, definitely the Valdosta is the one to stay on right up here. Right, now you can switch between them sometimes. You look at different angles. They're all pretty far away, but a lot of lightning around Chiefland. I know there's not a warning down there in toward Levy County, but there's a lot of lightning right there in toward Chiefland. Just whenever thunder roared, you need to go indoors here. You need to go indoors. I know we had that tragedy a year ago as we were looking up toward the Waycross area where we had 2 people lose their life due to lightning. We don't want more of those tragedies. We don't want tragedies like we had yesterday in Tallahassee with a tree falling on a vehicle and 2 people tragically losing their life. Just so awful. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family during this difficult time. Just everybody impacted there. All those, associated with, the 2 that lost their life. Just sending my thoughts and prayers as we look right now here. Just whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm as we're looking at things. So that's another hazard. That's another hazard here. Got a lot of electrical energy here. We're getting some development further east now toward Alachua County, some upscale growth. I mean, just 15 minutes ago, there was not much red in here. Now we're seeing quite a bit of that. Next step is lightning. And then we start to have the wind energy. Then we might get a warning. It's just, that type of sequence here we got to be prepared for with the overall meteorology. Let me go to home view here real quick. Have the heat advisory. Let's look at the temperatures, in spots that aren't getting the storms. The heat is the big story. I mean, 99, dark area here. I'm a little cooler than that. I am at 97, not much cooler, but east of Stark, my Davis Weather Station, rural Ocasum. But we have, 97 Homerville, 98 St. Mary's, 98 Brunswick. So some very warm temperatures, and it feels even hotter. That's why we have the heat advisory in play. Triple-digit heat indexes all over the place. If you're not getting storms, you are getting that heat, and it is dangerous out there. So you got to be very careful. Make sure you're drinking plenty of water, wearing light-colored, loose-fitting clothes when you're dealing with this hazard. This can be deadly here in nature, unfortunately, as well. So just got to be really cognizant here of things. I know. Believe it or not, we have our storms down in here. There's storms to the north. They've had problems. There's another area they're going to be watching, in terms of, the Storm Prediction Center and the like, and just the overall threat there, definitely in play, like in West Tennessee especially, but even, further east later on, you see flood watch situation. The terrible flooding up there toward Missouri, Iron County area there. As we were looking, just the overall scenario, a foot of rain in such a short period of time. But as we get here, just go ahead and look back down toward our area here, our viewing circle. So around Chiefland there. You can see all that lightning. You see this lightning here around east of Otter Creek, north of Gulf Hammock. You see just the overall trends here. Not a lot of movement, so we could have some minor flooding in our area here as well. Some minor flooding in our area here as well that we have to contend with potentially as we look at the Doppler scans. So, going to loop things the last hour here. And just continuing to give you the latest here on the situation. It looks like it's weakening some to storm accident in Dixie, which is, a little surprising considering we didn't have much weakening on us yesterday here, in terms of what happened is we would have it sustain. I mean, it would weaken, it would drop that burst of wind energy, but then we'd have something else that we're really paying attention to. We'd get a warning right away. I mean, when I mean weaken, I mean, if this weakens, is there another area that's going to get a warning right away, or do we not have a warning for a little bit? Because it's a tricky situation here when I say that, because, you had yesterday another area take over when the one weakened and dropped that burst of wind energy, so. But I mean, the overall picture here. Now, I'll go back 30 minutes. I mean, we had a higher count here at points over 200, over 250. And we actually dropped that a good little bit in this region. So I think the Marion stuff's starting to take over, and they're out of citrus. Is starting to take over. So let me just go to the broad view then. I think it'd still be lower, but you can kind of see here how it was a little higher. So we'll have to just see how trends go. But, definitely that overall concern's going to be there. We did get an update from the Tallahassee Weather Service last few minutes. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3:30 p.m. for southeastern Lafayette as well as northeastern Dixie County. The 302 at severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of Bell, moving northeast at 5 miles an hour. Cross City, Shamrock, Cross City Airport, Old Town, Hatch Bend, Eugene, Fletcher, Fanning Springs here. So again, just gotta be really careful with this overall situation. It's gotta be really mindful here. Once it weakens, that's good in that one area if it's not dropping that burst of wind energy. But when it's in that weakening process, it could do that, and then that's problematic. Obviously, I know it's kind of odd. But we have the Saharan dust in here, making things a little bit more allowable for those bursts of wind energy here meteorologically, as we're looking at the overall situation. So when a storm weakens, it's good news in general, but it could be dropping that burst of wind energy. And some of this stuff's kind of going against our normal, conversation here. And that I'm talking about, well, we're seeing weakening in one area, that's good, but that weakening, when it's weakening, it could be dropping that burst of wind energy. But yesterday we had a situation where we'd see one area kind of weaken, but overall the picture was where we had sustained convection, with the broad level, because another area kind of take over that severe potential. So, and let me read you guys what the Storm Prediction Center was saying about our risk today. There's a 20% chance we actually get a severe thunderstorm watch issued here for our area. Let me go ahead and read over that. We sent that out just a little while ago. Did the SPC right before we had to come on here with the latest coverage. I mean, kind of overlooking that a little because, I had to be on here so quick. But I know widely scattered thunderstorms will bring a risk for occasionally damaging downburst winds through the evening. The latest visible satellite imagery and lightning data was depicting ongoing thunderstorm development. As I'm reading this here verbatim, pretty much from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, in charge of this type of stuff, severe weather forecasting for the country and the like. But so the latest satellite lightning data depicting ongoing thunderstorm development along the Gulf Coast sea breeze across portions of North Florida. The expectation is for thunderstorm coverage to gradually increase along this boundary over the next hour or two amid continued diurnal heating, aided by westerly and southwesterly low-level or low to mid-tropospheric flow. Storms will then progress northeastward into southern Georgia, while deep layer flow and effective shear remain weak. Less than 30 knots of flow sampled below 200 millibars by the 18Z Jacksonville observed sounding, moderate buoyancy, steep low-level lapse rates, and precipitable water values exceeding 1.7 inches will promote a risk for an outflow dominant storm mode and water-loaded downbursts capable of occasional damaging wind gusts, generally 45 to 55 miles an hour, which would be just below severe. But then, you can have a localized gust of 65 miles an hour, 55 to 65. So it's a situation here, you get these bursts of wind energy, and it's something, even the ones that are not quite this severe could still knock a tree down, and it could still be tragic, though. But given the expectation for the severest to remain relatively isolated and limited, they're saying a watch remains unlikely, but still the 20% chance, which is higher than we've had here, I think, in a little bit, to even, normally be a 5% saying there's really no chance of a watch. There's at least a small chance that we get a watch, a 1 in 5 chance we were to get a yellow, or, well, not a yellow, but you can see it here on our map, a pink, shaded area in our region. A severe thunderstorm watch like what they have up there in the Carolinas, what they have up there in western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, parts of Arkansas there as well. So, again, I'm seeing some development here now. Looks like around the Citrus Marion line, around Dunellen. Gotta watch for that. That's pretty far from the radar. Let me just kind of switch between some different views here. In Ocala, you can see some development. You're seeing Levy County here south of Bronson. We have some lightning here just whenever thunder roars go indoors. You see some development. I'm sure this will be producing lightning soon. Well, actually, it just did produce a strike here in southern Alachua, but right in Gainesville, got to be inside, away from windows. That's going to be producing lightning very soon, even if you're not hearing it. A little bit different than we normally talk about. I mean, you might have just heard this rumble, but around the University of Florida, you need to be getting inside, because I can just tell you, based on what I'm seeing on the Doppler, this is apt to produce lightning very quickly. We're going to start seeing strikes pop up. And if one of those is clouded ground, you don't necessarily have a warning. You don't have that rumble of thunder if it's already right there over you. So you need to go and take precautions there around Gainesville right now. And then you see in Ocala here, you see this lightning here right in Marion County around Silver Springs Boulevard. I know we always worry about Silver Springs, the outdoor activities that take place there, the glass bottom boats, things like that. And you can just see we've already had some stuff in the vicinity here. But, just whenever you hear there's rumbles of thunder, get inside, get away from windows. As we go ahead and look here toward the north, again, we have our warning. It doesn't look as impressive as some of the other activity at this point. By the way, you're seeing an advisory now for Alachua. Let me go to the Jacksonville radar. Okay, so we have an advisory for Alachua County now. Let me go ahead and see what we're dealing with here with that. That's just coming down from the Jacksonville office. A Doppler radar tracking a strong thunderstorm over the University of Florida. So they're kind of seeing what I'm seeing. I know the lightning not showing up that part area, that part of it, that area yet. But you see it just to the south there, and it's a sign of things that come. They're going to get, maybe cloud ground strikes there. It's a possibility at least around the University of Florida. So Gainesville, as well as Alachua, University of Florida, Gainesville Airport, Noonan's Lake, Rosoma, Canopy into this. Even a little sliver of southwestern Bradford included in that advisory. There could be wind gusts up to about 50 miles an hour, and gusty winds can knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecured objects. And this storm may intensify, so monitor, the latest weather information very carefully. So, again, watching this here, very intently on the Doppler. Let's get back over toward the west here. This warning till 3:30 officially. They're not going to take chances probably with this being so far from the radar. It does look like it's weakening, but after what happened yesterday, just got to be really careful. It's right here near the Gilchrist line there too with some of that burst of wind energy. So we'll just have to kind of see here because, if it starts kind of heading out of the one jurisdiction here, it gets a little tricky sometimes because, again, this is Tampa Weather Service down here. This is Jacksonville. This is Tallahassee, where we have the warning, the yellow box on the screen at. So, again, I appreciate everybody tuning on in. I'm checking things here. Just appreciate everybody watching. Looks like we have Nair tuning in, Top Cat watching, Thomas watching. Just appreciate everybody tuning in on this Saturday. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Looks like 11 watching right now over on YouTube. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. We're also live on Facebook there, KC Cloud WX, Facebook.com/cloudweather. The X platform, formerly known as Twitter there, at Cloud Casey. Another Twitter account, Clouds WX updates there. You just have a lot of different sources. You have Twitch there. A lot of different sources to watch the coverage on. It's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here on what is happening. So, again, just trying to be here for you. Let me go ahead and kind of reset some things here on the view. The overall weather picture. Again, we have a lot of storm development. I'm just going between our different computer sources. I know when I'm off camera like this, I do like to sit down most of the time, but I have to stand up some, here as we are looking at things here meteorologically. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the whole picture. As a heat advisory in other areas that are not getting the storms. Again, looking here, watching this development around Dunella and Ocala. Let's go ahead and do something, though, in our Tallahassee viewers. See a little bit of development in Wakulla. Not a lot, though, but things can shift around and change pretty quick. Let's go to the forecast model. We'll have to see if stuff kind of gets going over there later on. I mean, we're going to have a storm chance around for a while here on the board, as you can kind of tell. And we'll be watching stuff toward that Sunday early on, maybe. But that 7-day, I made some tweaks to it here late last night. And it's a situation I had to go a little hotter, unfortunately, next week now, based on some of the forecast guidance. So, we're going to have the rain and storm chances, but we're not going to cool off in terms of those highs for very long, as I have mid-90s back on there pretty quick now, looking at some of the latest data. So, yeah, it's not ideal here, obviously, as we attract the weather information here for our viewers. But, again, I just have to be cognizant here of the overall meteorological storyline. So, again, going to go ahead and keep you guys up to date. Just going between some different sources here. Looking at everything. It seems to be weakening, but there's still a warning. Just got an update over there. We just got some stuff there in terms of lightning a little bit closer in there in Gainesville. A strike just now just around Northwest 39th Avenue. So, and our severe thunderstorm warning continues till 3:30. Let me see what that latest statement's all about there. As we keep you guys updated. Okay, at 3:15, a severe thunderstorm was located not too far away from Bell, nearly stationary. Had spin Fletcher there under this until about 3:30. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Damage to roof side and trees could occur here. Lafayette and Dixie. Lafayette and Dixie here. Yeah, maybe some hail in there as well on Northeast 904th Street there. On 904th Street, watching that carefully. Okay, we got a warning now in Marion. Okay, this development happening very quickly here. Maybe a burst of wind energy around Ocala now. This is till 3:45. Let me go ahead and read that information on off. Okay, the National Weather Service in Jacksonville at 3:16 there issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Marion County in northern Florida. At 3:16, a severe thunderstorm was located over Ocala, moving northwest at 5 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny size hail, Ocala, Anthony, and Ocala airports. So just got to be very mindful here. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, the possibility as we're looking here toward Marion County. And it doesn't look like a lot from here. And this is about 7,500 feet up. This is about 9,000 feet up. Let's see what else I can go to. We're going to check some different modes. I mean, I just, so Jacksonville's 7,000 or so, almost 8,000 feet up. Tampa radar is a little bit higher. Tallahassee's even higher than that. And Valdosta, well, it's pretty high too. So Jacksonville's our best radar here for this area. As you see, Northeast 14th Street, Northeast 19th Avenue, Northeast 24th Street here, again, getting some impacts, maybe a burst of wind energy down toward the surface. It says included on Silver Springs, where the glass bottom boats are there at, that area, that tourist attraction. So whenever thunder roars, go indoors, obviously, as we go ahead and just keep you guys up to date. You see it around west of Bell. I'm just trying to keep you informed here. That warning still continuing with the burst of wind energy possible. Lightning in that area is kind of, let me double check the other radar, but just making sure I get on the right view here. Chiefland, weakening some, but we have this area here, quite a bit of lightning around Otter Creek. Again, look at all that lighting, like I was saying, around the University of Florida now. We're getting that electrical energy. So, bubbling up, unfortunately, here. Just whenever thunder roars, so important to go indoors here. I mean, this is right there. Let me change a couple of things here real quick. We'll go to severe, severe risk is for the next 3 days. So, I wanted to go to a graphic. Let's try this one. Well, normally we have a graphic where I can just take everything off. I'll go ahead and we'll just take the heat advisory off, I guess. Okay, we'll do it like this. So, that's right there on the University of Florida on Museum Road where that lightning strike is. I just wanted to look at the mapping to see where that strike of, lightning was. I mean, there's the football stadium right there. There's, the basketball arena. And there's a lightning strike. So, just that's why, hope it's not a clouded ground one. If it is, hopefully it just hit a tree and nothing else and did not impact a person, it's possible that's what happened, but that's why you got to be so careful here as we're looking at things. Again, ignore that header there. I just wanted to see where the lightning was here, right there near Fraternity Drive and Museum Road here. A lightning strike in toward the University of Florida, like what we were talking about. And I expect there to be more, no doubt, here as we look ahead in the timeline. So you see it quite a bit in the overall vicinity. I mean, see this one flashing here. That's more, swampy looking, but let's get up toward the north here. You see it on Northwest 41st Street here, lightning strike. Again, sometimes these can cause fires here even, so just got to be careful. Even a little bit of flash flood risk around Cheapland. I showed you all that water ponding earlier on, but I was just showing this because it shows the lightning a little bit easier with some of the other views off of it. But we'll go ahead and put the heated advisory, the other alerts back on our severe thunderstorm warnings at this point in time. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed here on the very latest. Keep everything updated here. We have all that storm energy around, the unstable environment here. Just able to get that burst of wind energy down to the surface here. And I have a system behind the scenes where I can actually look at some of those numbers a little bit quicker. So I'm going to look over at that computer right now. I know down there on Ocala, it's a little over 2,000 joules per kilogram. So it's not like it's, what it can be here sometimes, thankfully, in our area. Just a little over 2,000 joules per kilogram. But we have that potential for those bursts, those downbursts, because of that dust mixing on in. It allows storms to kind of fade a little quicker. We get other storms to develop real quick in this environment. It makes things a little bit more, more dangerous to avoid because things happen so rapidly sometimes with the, pulse up, pulse down. Speaking of that, we just had our area, Dixie and Lafayette, they're expiring out at 3:30, the Tallahassee office. That's kind of information just into the Weather Center. Our energy values are not, like other parts. Now granted, around Cedar Key, they're almost 5,000 joules per kilogram. But like in West Tennessee this afternoon, they have similar values, over 4,000 joules per kilogram. And that's why there's like severe storms north of Memphis, if you guys are wondering from the national level. But again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. We have that warning around Ocala. The other warning's going away at 3:30. And then this map's a little bit tilted. We'll go back on in here. Around Ocala, severe thunderstorm warning to 3:45. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. We have that burst of wind energy potential around Ocala there in Marion County. Let me see what I can pull up with the traffic system right now around Ocala. Try to get the camera up, and they're probably closer to 75, near the mall. And I wish we could get a better view like in the downtown, but we'll still see if we can show something here, maybe a little north. Some of these don't want to come up right now, do they? Just looking through some information. We'll see at least some of the darker skies here on the source. I-75 northbound at mile marker 348.7. Again, just you can see it looks like we have some of that pond in the water on the roadway. So, already seeing, probably just on the side of the road or the shoulder more than the roadway, which is better than being on the roadway. But you kind of get the idea here as we're looking. Again, trying to keep you guys up to date here on the very latest. Just going between some of our different sources here. And looking around Ocala, Marion County. Again, just going back over to the computer right now. Just whenever thunder roars, go indoors. So A lot of lightning in Gainesville and Alachua County. Right there around the University of Florida. And it was a Saturday, but there's still people out and about. It's very heavy rain here. Look at that lightning strike right there on 13th Street there. And we're getting in way, way tight, but I just want to see where this lightning strike is. So we're going to go to some of our different modes here, and we're going to take the heat advisory off. So right there around, the university, just, goodness, look at that. It looks like a pool there. Hopefully nobody was in that pool there, if that's what that is. Hard to know for sure as we're looking, in terms of if that's a pool or not. But again, you can kind of see what we're talking about here with the electrical energy. Just gotta be remembering whenever thunder roars, go indoors again. I'm not showing this because of the flash flood risk. I'm just showing it because of the lightning. I want to look at the geography of where these strikes are. Are these cloud to ground or cloud to cloud? We don't know, but if they're cloud to ground, and this gives you an idea of where something could have struck. Hopefully, just be something that's able to be just taken care of without any problems to humans or animals. Just hopefully it hit a tree maybe, and it's not actually, something there that, ends up impacting anybody. But you just never know. Again, when you see the football stadium there at UF, there's a strike. We just had a strike over here around Main Street. You have Archer Road. You have a couple strikes over here. So again, just got to be very careful as we're looking at the situation. And we just got a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's go ahead and check the Doppler here. This is kind of what we were a little concerned about. So let me go ahead and look here at this information from the Weather Service. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning for central Alachua County, northern Florida until 4 o'clock. I know they're not going to take any chances after what happened yesterday with that 66-mile-an-hour wind gust here at the airport in Gainesville, all that damage. And, at 3:27, severe thunderstorm located over University of Florida or over Gainesville. I'm moving north at 10 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Gainesville, Alachua, University of Florida, Gainesville Airport, and Noonan's Lake. So, again, I just got to take precaution here. Again, maybe that burst of wind energy now. Instead of just the lightning, we could have a burst of wind that knocks down some trees right there on the University of Florida in Gainesville. Maybe that burst of wind energy. So you got to be cognizant. You got to be inside, away from windows. You need to take shelter. Take this seriously. I mean, we've seen some really nasty weather yesterday with the report, the gust, numbers, and then, the tragedy that happened in Tallahassee where 2 people tragically lost their life there when a tree fell on a vehicle there in a neighborhood in toward Leon County. It was just so awful. Just terrible hearing about stuff like that there. As we're looking at the overall story here in terms of, in that case, a weather-related tragedy. But as we look here at the Doppler right now, you see right there around Gainesville, look at it, could be some small hail mixing in. We had some hail reporting yesterday, yeah. Sam Penny's side, there could be some hail there right around University of Florida. Let me see if, I don't know if we have any cameras we can pull up there directly. We're going to go ahead and just keep looking at things here, though. And the warning is for penny size. So let me look here at another mode behind the scenes. Again, just trying to keep you safe and informed. We'll go out to I-75. There may be I don't know. The radar doesn't really show it, but it almost looks like there could be hail on this camera here. It could just be big raindrops, but we'll throw it up here. That kind of looks like it could be hail. It's hard to say for sure there on I-75. Northbound, this is on Alachua County there, mile marker 386.9. I mean, that looks like wintry weather. It's not wintry weather, but it's, similar in some ways if that is, small hail, but could just be big raindrops there as well because the radar kind of has that little east I-75 there as we're looking at the overall picture. So again, I wish we had cameras right in Gainesville we could go to, but this just gives you an idea of some things going on here meteorologically. And we're looking pretty high up on this storm against the fifth thunderstorm warning right at the University of Florida. And we were talking about that lightning threat as it was, evolving. Even before it happened, you could see that we were kind of headed in this direction there. And here we are. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for Gainesville, for the University of Florida here till 4 p.m. Some of the worst of this right around Main Street, right there, 4th Avenue. Again, this is a really nasty storm toward Gainesville, the heart of Gainesville, really, at the University of Florida, Main Street there. Again, you see, this is the baseball stadium, and then the football stadium's up here at UF. And some of this is right there, around there, just east, right across Main Street. Just all these different areas being impacted, maybe a burst of wind energy that can knock down some trees here, even toward Gainesville, toward Alachua County there. Just got to be taking precautions. Got to be taking precautions inside, away from windows. It's a really nasty storm. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Again, we have a heated advisory in play, but what I'm going to try to do here, I know we have some different modes we can use here meteorologically in the Weather Center. We're going to try to put some stuff into 3D here. Just really trying to keep you guys up to date here on the overall picture. So here you go. This is a really high storm, and if this collapses even, it could put that burst of wind energy out. Could really put that burst of wind energy out, because you can see how it's growing upward here. But, right over Gainesville, right over the University of Florida, you can see this in 3 dimensions, just growing upward there. This is, at around 30,000 feet with the higher tops here. But, if it weakens, it could start to downburst, in terms of bringing that wind to the surface. So just got to be very mindful of that here with this, we're looking at a vertical slice right now of the situation. It's a different way to look at it, but it just kind of shows you how tall some of the storm activity is getting here in terms of those cloud tops. Again, just trying to update you guys on things here. That's a view of it. We'll go ahead and get to the broad perspective. We'll reset. And again, we have that warning for Gainesville. You saw the warning around to the west go away, but we have the warning here for Ocala as well. Marion till 3:45, Alachua till 4 o'clock. So, again, we need to be, at University of Florida. This is a very nasty, nasty storm they're moving across right now. Right over 6th Street, 5th Street there, 3rd Avenue, Depot Avenue there. Again, some damage potential is there right in toward Gainesville and Alachua County. So please, please be taking precautions here right now. Let's go to the Barron button. Definitely some hail potential mixed in. This is going to go high, I can tell you that right now. It says it could be up to 1.5 inches in diameter. I don't think it's that big, but could we have a hailstone or two to quarter size? It's not out of the question. Could we have, a good bit of that? That's also not out of the question, though we are further from the radar, so we don't know for sure. It could just be looking at the higher tops here and, not really able to see exactly what's getting down toward the surface as well, because we are looking at almost 5,000 feet up. That was kind of the problem yesterday, why we didn't have a warning there toward Gainesville Airport. We couldn't really tell what was happening down at the surface, so there's a little bit of educated guessing going on here. Educated, the key word there. Just in terms of issuing this, just based on, past type of signatures here on the Doppler radar at this height. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed. 8th Avenue, 9th Avenue, 7th Street here. You can just see, I know I keep showing the same stuff. So let's go down to the south here for a minute. Look at Marion County. We have Pine Avenue. We have MLK Avenue there, MLK Junior Avenue. You have 14th Avenue there, 4th Street. You have all this lightning. It's whenever thunder roars go indoors. A lot of that electrical energy. Looks like a little bit of enhanced wind energy here. As we're looking around US 301 right now. You know, let's look at some of these different pixels here. As we keep you safe and informed. You know, some enhancement here for sure on the Doppler. So those are our 2 warnings. We have a storm there around Perry. Let's look at that. We have an advisory over here now. As we get around, it looks like Cooks Hammock Road. Got some wind enhancement. See around Gainesville there. 6th Street, Main Street though. Just all this impact. Maybe some hail here, a little bit possible around Southwest 16th Avenue. Had a little yesterday in this environment. Let's look at power outages. Okay, so you see Gilchrist, Dixie, Levy, and Marion all with some outages right now. And we'll look at that a different way. Let me tilt this up though first. We'll zoom in as we try to keep you guys up to date here. Okay, so Marion County already 2,000 customers in the dark. There's a lot, population growth there. So, those numbers get high, sometimes a little bit on the quicker side because you have to have a lot of trees down there. So, in Tallahassee, of course, tragically, in terms of yesterday, a lot of trees and one of those fell and 2 people lost their lives. So, it's just so sad out that way. But as you see here, 100 customers in the dark toward Gilchrist County. To the south of our area, Citrus 300, Central Florida 300, and as we're looking down there toward parts of Lake County, so south of our area. Tampa, I know they had all those outages yesterday. I don't know if this is new outages today or if they're still, working on restoring, tens of thousands in the dark. Yesterday it was like 36,000 or something at one point yesterday. I know we had one of our viewers talking about how bad it was down there, even in the comment section. But again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed right now. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for Alachua County till 4 p.m. I-75 is back out, in an area here where obviously, as I kind of loop this, I mean, the core of this is to the east, but, we still have some of that potential. You see, they just trimmed it back some, but again, I'm just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. Let me see what they're saying. At 3:37, a severe thunderstorm was okay. This is not good. Observed hail. Well, okay, the way they did this is a little bit confusing. So they said source for public, but they went to 70 on the winds, but they're saying that's radar indicated. So a little bit different here. We don't normally get them like this around here. So let me just I'm just trying to digest it here live on the fly. So it's a one-man band here. So at 3:39, they sent this update statement out. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4 p.m. for central Alachua County. At 3:37, a severe thunderstorm was located over Gainesville, moving north at 10 miles an hour. They're saying that based on radar indications, wind gusts could be up to 70 miles an hour now. This is a considerable thunderstorm damage threat. And it also is penny-sized hail. Now, that is not just radar indicated. That's been confirmed by the public penny-sized hail. So, Gainesville, University of Florida, Gainesville Airport, and Noonan's Lake. So, we have a significant severe thunderstorm. Now, we don't get 70 warnings very often around here. So, you need to take this very seriously into word Gainesville. I mean, it may still show it. Let me look. I mean, they're, 93. It's actually getting to triple digits here in Bradford County is really, a sign of, and there's our hail report, by the way. I'll talk about that in a moment. But we got to watch that here because, we have a lot of unstable air to the north. So even if this falls apart, someone could get some reformation. We'll see up here in Bradford County. But here's a hail report. Okay, so at 3:31, dime-sized hail reported there. So dime-sized hail reported at 3:31, right here where we've been talking about that thread. So again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. There's your hail swath tracker. You know, not everybody in here might have had the hail, but some of you guys definitely had that threat. Some of you actually did have it based on that confirmed report there. New warning now. Okay, parts of Marion till 4:15. Let me go ahead and read that off from the Weather Service there in Jacksonville. Just getting the very latest information on in here. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see the county later as I read this on off, and we'll show you Stark in here as well, just to kind of give you an idea of some of the areas here where we're looking, you know, the overall Doppler perspective. But okay, so the National Weather Service in Jacksonville has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Marion County in northern Florida until 4:15. So they're tracking this activity at 3:38. Severe thunderstorm was located over or near Ocala, moving northwest at 10 miles an hour. Talking about some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, Ocala, Spar, Ocala Airport, Anthony, Reddick there, and Lowell. You know, some of that impact there for sure. And I'm glad this is not the 4th of July weekend because, you know, we had storms last Saturday down in our southern periphery, but we did not have all this warning activity. These could really cause damage, could really hurt people. Not just the lightning threat today, but those bursts of wind energy can knock down trees, maybe multiple trees. So you got to be really careful here. You know, maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds around Gainesville. Let me check that sensor there. I know where it's a little ways away from the airport, but with maybe some of the worst of this. But, I mean, I'll zoom in here. Let me take the warning layer off. I mean, you know, there's the airport right there. And let's check here. I mean, the worst of the wind, maybe it's behind a little, you know, from the airport anyway. It's in the heaviest of this, though. But we're just going to have to watch that here in Bradford as well. Let me put the warnings back on. Let me turn the heat advisory off at this point because I know I wanted to let you guys know about that for a while, but at this point, I think it's just kind of in the way a little bit. So we're going to go ahead and turn that off. Okay, so there you go with our warnings. As we're monitoring things, look like some, you know, magenta colors here showing up in Marion County. Maybe some hail down in here. And now, you know, maybe that potential with some damage around areas are just east of Morriston there in the Blickton area. So again, just be taking precautions here. Let me get back over to the other source for a minute. Appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. If you have any questions, comments, just put them there in, you know, in the chat section there. Like if you're watching on YouTube, 16 of you watching right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me on this Saturday here. That's very active weather. It's very active weather. Just please be taking precautions. Just continuing to go through things here with the latest updates. Right over Gainesville here, this damage potential. Again, maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds a possibility, you know, in toward Gainesville there, in toward Alachua County. So that's definitely a cause for concern. You know, cause for pretty significant concern here as we're looking at everything. Just trying to update you guys on what's happening. I see folks like Pam watching there on Facebook over the last little bit. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Just really trying to keep you informed here on the scenario. Just looking through everything here in the Weather Center. Just a one-man band, but it's all about trying to inform you guys out there, protect you guys. Just trying to stay on top of things. Just gonna make sure you guys are staying vigilant here. I'm just going between all the different sources here available. I'm still here with you, just looking through some things. Trying to look at the overall impact here. So I'm going to go back over to our Barron computer now and look at some more information. Again, we have severe thunderstorm warning in play here toward Gainesville. Looks a little weaker, but you just don't want to take any chances. Let me make sure I'm looking at the right radar view. I was, so it has weakened some, but it could be putting that burst of wind energy down toward the surface right now. You know, Marion County looks pretty nasty still there. As we're looking right there on 301, US 301, you see between 75 and 301 there. Yeah, right there. Some of that wind energy definitely getting down toward the surface here. It's got to be mindful. It's got to be paying attention here. Got some more development further back. See around Branford here. The southern parts of, it looks like Suwannee County. You have parts of Lafayette County here. Some storm action. East of Perry here, some storm action as well. Again, just looking at everything the best I can. Have to see if any of this goes severe over the next little bit. Things can happen quickly like they did toward Gainesville, toward Alachua County. Let's go ahead and zoom back in over here. You know, the Gainesville Airport's right back in there. Let me check our wind numbers. So, gonna see if I can get some data on that. Gonna look through some different points here of reference. I mean, they had a heat index of 103 last hour there at Gainesville Airport. So, definitely, you know, some hot weather. I know other parts of the country you can have stuff called heat burst here. I don't want to call it. This isn't what that, you know, this is not, you know, a heat burst, but still it's something that is noteworthy and impactful. So let me go ahead and look here at some more information. Look at some other sources here. It's so rare. I mean, you know, they get a considerable warning around here with summertime stuff, but that's what this is. You know, toward Alachua County here. You know, considerable damage threat. And it's the only one in the whole country like that right now. All the severe thunderstorm warnings, Alachua County with a considerable damage and enhanced severe thunderstorm warning there. So, because of 70-mile-an-hour wind potential. Now, the hail has been observed at 3/4 of an inch in diameter. That's not technically even severe, but it's still noteworthy. Don't always get that here in summertime on all the summertime days. But Gainesville Airport is looking here, not seeing a wind gust number yet. It had a 93 temperature reading at 24 past the hour, the heat index of 99. Just going to keep watching that sensor. I know it's crazy to see Keystone area, you know, the Keystone Airport, they got to 100. We've got to 98 here east of Stark, our rural location, but the Keystone Airport got to 100 today. They're at 100 right now with the last observation. So it's toasty. Heat advisory conditions for sure. As I'm looking here, In fact, heat index there, 107. So I'm starting to hear some thunder now east of Stark. I'm up here in Bradford County, but again, just trying to give you the latest, getting back to the Barron computer. I know, just looking at some information. You see some lightning starting to pop up. There we go. I think that's what I mean, it could be either one of any of these, but all three of these just popped up in the last minute here. So, as we're looking, I mean, we're just going to, continue to be watching things here for sure. One strike here, one strike here, one strike here. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. Significant advisory now in play. Let me go ahead and see what we have here going on with the overall Doppler perspective. And with the warning alert information, wind gusts up to 50 here with this from about Stark, west side of Stark westward. Wind gusts could be up to about 50 miles an hour. Stark, Lake Butler, Rayford, Beasley, New River, Sampson, Laurie, La Crosse, Brooker, Ellerby there. Again, trying to keep you guys informed as we go ahead and look at things. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. It's so important here to stay vigilant. Okay, power outage numbers. I know we have just so many different things to get to. Let me look at that. Let me go ahead and pull those on up here. 3% adding a lot to it now. Let me go ahead and go to it a different way. 200 out in Gilchrist, but 4,000 in the dark there in Alachua, and even in Marion County, we have another 3,000 without electricity now because of these bursts of wind energy. Burst of wind here, of damaging wind gusts as we're looking at the overall situation. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed here on things. Just trying to keep you guys informed here on the very latest. Just trying to update everybody. Broadening the view here. I mean, there's active weather in the country with even like more warnings and, watch areas in the South Carolina area there, especially a little bit up in North Carolina and in western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, out to Arkansas. Some of this could get into more like southern middle Tennessee later on. So that'll be something to watch for as we're looking in the timeline. But we got our hands full here right now toward our area with a lot going on meteorologically. Okay, so let's go to hydro mode here. Let's go to 6 hour. You can see, I mean, a lot of this really, let's go 3 hour. I mean, a lot of this really in the last hour, a couple inches here might need a flood advisory even. Some of these spots here. As we're looking toward the shadow line of states. 2 inches in northwestern Marion County. Again, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. Definitely seeing some upscale growth here in the Bradford County, around Sampson there. Just watching things in southern Suwannee County as well. Getting some development here in the parts of Baker County. So again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Because we had a hail report there, dime size into Alachua County about 25 minutes ago. This one goes to 4, this one goes to 4:15. I'll do a track on this, but it seemed like everything's kind of growing upward into Bradford on its own with that formation, that upscale growth. There we go. We got a warning now, right on cue. Severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Bradford County until 4:30. Till 4:30 now, severe thunderstorm warning parts of Bradford County. Okay, so this also goes in a little bit of Union, just a small bit of Union there if you look real close. But talking about Bradford County now, severe thunderstorm warning. As we look here, you look west of Sampson. And so at about 3:56, the severe thunderstorm was located over Sampson or 7 miles west of Stark and is nearly stationary. We're talking about 60-mile wind gust and penny-sized hail. Parts of Stark as well. We're talking about Beasley, New River, Sampson, and Brooker under this. So just whenever thunder roars, go indoors here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bradford and a little bit of Union as well until 4:30. So take your precautions. I mean, you may have just got the alert on your Cloud Weather app and you're tuning in to cover it in the app, or actually, watching on YouTube directly, or Facebook, or Twitter/X, or Twitch. I just appreciate you tuning in and trust in me. We have some damaging wind potential here west side of Sampson. There's the lake. You don't want to be out near the lake right now. There's a lightning strike there. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Bradford County until 4:30 this afternoon. Take precautions here. Take your severe weather precautions here inside, away from windows. Whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors here. This applies, whether you have lightning, if it's, something more than that even. Just get inside and get away from windows here. And this could be a little more than that. We could have that wind of, maybe 60 with that burst potential, downburst potential. Tom's Road, southwest 101st Avenue, southwest 103rd Street here. Just south of State Road 100, but it's headed that way. It's headed up toward areas there around Northwest County Road 225. As you see, the New River Fox Hunt Club Road area. This is just west here generally of the bypass. So, this, is the bypass back out in here. And it's mainly to the west, but technically that is clipped by the warning polygon. But again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on what's going on. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bradford County. It does not include the country club, but still whenever thunder roars, go indoors. It does not quite include Bradford Elementary. High school's like right on the edge, literally. Actually, the football stadium, I guess, on the map, it looks like it just technically is, but that doesn't matter exactly. Just, the idea is it'll probably go just west of that unless we get some more growth that way. But, right here from, Brooker area, east side of Brooker, you see a bunch of lightning down there through Clano there and around Sampson. And, up towards State Road 100, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here until 4:30. And we can't forget about this warning until 4. Around the east side of the city of Alachua here, you got some, growth here with this, unfortunately. Maybe some wind potential in here. Let's see if they extend this warning. And then we'll get down to the south now. This warning goes to 4:15 as we're looking for parts of Marion County. So just got to keep watching here. But this storm here in Bradford is growing up, upward, growing vertically here. So let's do a 3D indicator on that in a second. We've got a storm now. It's just popping all over the place here. South of McClinney. We'll look at 15 minutes ago, wasn't much. And now we have a storm headed from McClinney with an advisory on it. Maybe some gusty wind potential headed toward I-10 there. As we're looking at things in US 90. So we have this storm down in here. We have this storm down in here as we're looking at the overall maps. Just got to be really careful here. Got to be really taking precautions in Bradford. So 3D, we're going to try to go over to that now. We're going to put our indicator on here and we're going to look at it. And it's really growing upward. Upscale growth here for sure. So again, that's kind of the storyline right now with that. I mean, just got to be very mindful here. definitely growing. Let me go ahead and get back on here toward Marion County. Again, we have a warning down there. There's an advisory now in the ward Alachua. Again, this is getting very high up there, tens of thousands of feet high there with that vertical growth. Some hail right here around Plano, maybe right around southwest 113th Avenue. See that on the hail tracker. As we're trying to keep you informed, trying to keep you up to date. This northeast Dorset of the Brooker Community School. And I can't actually look at it like this, but I can go to it on the Baron button, and I mean, it's so on. This is going to be a little one. This is not. It's going to say like 2-inch hail. Yeah, it's not going to be that big, but it could be severe to 1 inch possible there in the that area. So again, just got to be taking precautions. Right in here is probably more likely. You could get a quarter-size hail out of this. Hearing rumbles of thunder here east of Stark, and seeing some of these flashing strikes indicating lightning strikes in the last 60 seconds. Okay, we're getting stuff out toward the south of Tallahassee now to form. Here quickly in toward Wakulla County. As we look here southwest of Crawfordville, we were just looking over here not that long ago. Didn't really have much, and now all of a sudden we're getting the upscale growth. We have an advisory on the board. Just quickly evolving. It happened so quick yesterday in toward Tallahassee, where we had the tragedy, the tree fall on the vehicle, 2 people lose their life, just so awful. And that's why, whenever you get even an advisory today, I would say just, or hear rumble of thunder, just get inside, get away from windows, just take precautions here, because these storms, these bursts of wind energy don't, unfortunately, they're not messing around here. They're very concerning in nature. So again, got a gust of 45 at Gainesville Airport, so not reaching that 66 yesterday so far, but we'll continue to watch things here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Bradford. Just a small little bit of Union. I mean, it's a small bit. As you look here on the map, not even getting out toward, Rayford necessarily, but we'll watch the trends, as we look here. Pleasant Grove right on the edge. Hillbron there. We'll be watching you guys in the next little bit. Got some wind enhancement here in the ward of Alachua. Northwest 59th Drive. Again, we had the hail report a little earlier on. It's something to take note of for sure. Got this storm here in Marion County around Martin there. Lowell, you kind of get the idea. Getting some development here in northern parts of Duval County now. You have the boundary there, and we're getting some growth in the ward areas. There was some lightning around a Dunn Creek area. We just had a strike there, pop one up on the Doppler. Again, just a lot going on. I'm broadening it. I'm just trying to look at some general trends here. We're going to do a broad brush here on things just real fast. We have a boundary further north, we're going to have higher rain chances, higher coverage coming up. I hope it'll somehow prevent maybe, us from getting quite as many of these individual storms to have these bursts, but it'll be more coverage, hopefully, in terms of moisture. Maybe, we have the formal rest coming up, but maybe we won't have quite as many warnings. I might be too optimistic on that here, but it's just a hope. We'll see if it plays out that way, because these have been pretty volatile. Flood advisory in play. I know it's not going to let me click on it probably, but flood advisory for parts of Alachua there. Getting quite a bit of rain as we alluded to. As we're looking into that area. Trying to keep you up to date. Trying to keep you informed. Just watching all the different trends here with the overall setup. Just really important to track things here the best we can. Okay, so we're going to look at the day one convective outlook here. You see former risk, further up in the country to 2 out of 5. But we have a 1 out of 5 down here. Been very noteworthy. Tomorrow, another risk for many of us is higher to the north, though. And in day 3, we're going to be watching part of our area under that. I think this is a new update on this. So you can see at least parts of our area under a day 3 convective risk as well. But today we have that wind risk. The hail risk, not so much. And not really a tornado risk formally either. We need rain. As I'll go to our drought indicator here, but we don't need it like this. I mean, we don't want severe weather. We don't want the lightning. And as we try to keep you up to date here. Try to keep you up to date. Let's get back here into Bradford with our warning. Around Sampson here. Severe thunderstorm warning till 4:30. That burst of wind energy possible. This is probably a hail signature. There's probably some small hail in here, maybe up to a quarter even, around Clayno. Let me see if we got any updates from the Weather Service on this. Okay, we don't have an update on this one, but we have an update down here in parts of Marion County. Okay, so at 4:02, a severe thunderstorm was located near Anthony, or 7 northwest of Ocala, moving northwest at 10 miles an hour. Spar, Anthony, as well, as Lowell here involved in this. So again, just continuing to watch things there. Got some wind enhancement here to the south a little bit, east of La Crosse. Again, trying to keep you up to date. Let's see if there's any more questions, comments here. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in and trusting me on this Saturday here as we look at the latest information. Again, trying to be here for you. Just trying to be here for you. If you have any questions, comments, just put them in the chat there. Like on YouTube, looks like 14 of you watching right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in. It's been such a hot day here. And we're looking at things with these, temperature storylines. Definitely something we've been paying attention to. But once we have these storms bubbling up, they're, really, really on the nasty side for sure. Just looking through some of the informational sources here. We got the 2 yellow boxes right now in the local area. Again, just trying to be very mindful here of what's going on. We have some growth there southeast of Hawthorne now as well. Getting a signature southeast of Hawthorne. Looking at one of my other products behind the scenes. I'm going to go ahead and move our map one over then. We got this storm here showing some signs of an intensification, as we're looking at southwestern parts of Putnam County. Again, trying to keep you up to date on things. I know we're hearing rumbles of thunder here east to start to wash us to the west, but lightning can strike miles away from the apparent thunderstorm. So that means you're close enough to be struck if you can hear those rumbles of thunder. Got some development here in North Charlton County now. Just in the last few minutes there west of Callahan. And then in northeastern Duval, you see around Dunn Creek. South of McClenny, we're watching things. Sampson. Not seeing the hail signature like we did a few minutes ago. You had a yellow right there. That was some type of hail signature maybe popping in, but we still have some of that potential around Sampson. Let me see if we have any incident reports into the sheriff's office. I'm going to check here. Source that I have. Let me see if we have anything so far. Okay, nothing so far in terms of anything weather related, but we'll keep looking. I mean, I can look at power outages. There might already be some of those showing on up possibly. Let me go ahead. We'll go over to that mode. Wow, that's a lot for a lot to 8% out. 8% of Baker's a good bit too. That storm accident forming over there quickly. No warning up there. Let's look. See what that's all about. They must be getting a burst of wind energy in there to get 8% out in Baker that quick. Looking just south of I-10 there. Here's that summer on Hawthorne advisory there. Watching that at about 5:15. Pretty long fused. We also have a situation. Let me go ahead and look. You know, we're just trying to keep you up to date here. Just trying to keep you informed. Let me look here at the outage map a different way. Because that storm accident in Alachua really packed a punch, maybe even worse than yesterday. We're around the University of Florida. Let me see if we have any OSRs on here. Oh, got a rain one. 2 to 2.5 inches in an hour there. Northwest Gainesville. Gonna look at power outage information. Ooh, that's not what you want to see here in our viewing area. I think that's the first time we've had that in our viewing area since we've been doing this with this system. That's 10,000 customers of that electricity there in the ward of Alachua County. So let me see. I'll check GRU just to kind of cross-reference things. But that's why we were so, much hitting at home. We literally gave you the warning for the University of Florida area before we even had a first lightning strike. You could just tell this was coming with some type of concern with severe potential, maybe not to this level, but some type of severe potential there in this setup here. Now 10,000 customers in the dark here. So not a good situation toward Alachua County. More than yesterday, even more than any of our counties yesterday. Just not a good number here. I'm going to check our GRU information just to kind of cross-reference some things. As I'm very mindful of the situation. I'm going to check their outage map. I'm looking at the current outage status. 10,655 customers in the dark, according to Gainesville Regional Utilities. So, if you're watching me without power right now, but you do have internet, just, a situation here, you want to be extra careful. Don't be going outside. Don't be venturing outside right now, and really being just kind of really careless because there could be a power line down. Something like that. It could be, a power line down. And if you get near that, you could put yourself in some real danger. You could put your life at risk there. It could still be live, is what I'm trying to say. If this were to continue into night there in your trip, don't use candles. Use flashlights here because a candle could flip over. Also treat those intersections as four-way stops. With the traffic lights out there, some of those traffic lights probably out in that area. Make sure if you're having to go out, you don't want to. If you don't have to, but it's a situation if you, are encountering those traffic lights that are out, make sure you're treating those intersections as four-way stops there in toward Gainesville. Again, 10,000 customers in the dark there right now. Marion's at 3,000, Gilchrist 100, Swanee 400, Baker's at 1,000 there. So, as we tell that weather story, so. Again, just trying to give you the latest. We now just have the one warning, but it's right here in Bradford County, not right where I'm at. Now, this storm back toward Alachua looks a little more intense on reflectivity, but right here around Sampson, the lake area, I just don't want to be out there right now. That's lightning right at the lake. I'm going to put it on a different mode here. I'm going to put it on flood risk, and we're just going to look here. I mean, you see right there, people might be trying to enjoy things. Some cases, some of these lightning strikes is not good here. I know there's not much of a flood risk right there. I just put that on there to see that's a little bit of one around Hawthorne, a little bit one in Marion County. But again, I'm seeing a lot of the electrical energy. You see, as we get up here toward areas of Nassau County, around Dunn Creek, some gusty winds there, that potential for a burst of wind energy. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here, looking at Wakulla County, around Crawfordville. This may get a warning pretty soon. Getting some 36-mile-an-hour winds showing up in there. As we're very mindful. Let's go to the overall view again. The warning we have right now is here in Bradford County. I mean, we're staying dry here east of Stark, but to the west, it's a different story. Some torrential downpours occurring there around Sampson. It's not moving very fast. Let me see what update they had on the speed there. The Weather Service in Jacksonville. Gonna check that speed for you. As we keep you up to date. They said nearly stationary, so that's going to dump a lot of rain. Let's go ahead and put our hydro mode on here. And these are going to look really high. And that's not exactly the right way to sew it, but I can still sew it this way. Let me see here. I mean, it says it a couple different ways. This says it's a 5-inch-an-hour rate, which would be true, but it's set over that same rate for an hour. That's a concern. The other way, there's just different ways to look at it. Some of this, still getting used to just a little bit. Look at 1 hour accumulation. I mean, it doesn't show a whole bunch yet, but it's just still adding on up. Once we try to give you the latest here. Let's just go to some that we're used to showing you. So, already over an inch in that area as we're looking there. Some spots. Again, trying to keep you guys informed here on the latest developments. These adverse conditions. Okay, we got a new warning now. Leon and Wakulla. Let's go back out to the west. Again, we're going to keep our eyes on this one here in Bradford. There could still be that burst of wind energy down to the surface here. But let's get out toward the west here now, toward the Tallahassee radar. After what happened yesterday around Tallahassee, that tragedy, just don't want to be taking any chances here. Okay, so we got a warning now all the way to 545 for parts of Wakulla County. You see that burst of wind here right around, north of Crawfordville. Again, tracking things here as we look in toward that area. Just got to be very mindful here of the situation. Again, that burst of wind energy around Crawfordville. Please be inside a sturdy building away from windows here, and do not be, near where a tree can fall, even in your home, because we've had tragedies that happen like that around Tallahassee as well. Over the years, there's so many trees around there, and we had that terrible tragedy yesterday that we've alluded to. 2 people losing their life there with a tree, a large tree falling on a vehicle there. Northern parts of Tallahassee, just so awful. But you can see here a 46-mile-an-hour type of winds here north side of Crawfordville. Again, this is a really adverse situation. Parts of Leon and Wakulla, just in terms of, that potential for this to grow in strength here in size. Based on what we had happen yesterday, we really are, kind of unfortunately, don't want to make you nervous, but we're kind of, just a little bit on our toes here after what happened yesterday with a terrible tragedy. So, it's 94 degrees there toward Tallahassee. And we just need to be very cognizant here of these, favorable conditions for those downbursts here, those bursts of wind energy, maybe at 65 miles an hour at times here, as we're looking at this overall situation. So this warning includes Tallahassee, Woodville, St. Marks, Crawfordville, Florida A&M, as well as Wakulla, South Troppy, Lake Bradford, Newport, Shadeville, Leon Sinks, Gaither Community Center, Lake Munson, Wakulla Springs, Walker Ford Community Center, South City, 8 Mile Pond, Buckhorn, and the Callan neighborhood. So for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So Gotta really take this seriously there around Tallahassee and toward the Big Bend region. Severe thunderstorm warning, including the south side of town. It does not include the area where we had the tragedy yet. At this point in time, that was just north of I-10 there as we were looking. But, just toward the south here, we have the potential of some burst of wind. And let me go to the correct radar for this, of course. And again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here on these adverse conditions. Trying to keep everybody safe and informed. We'll try to pull some cameras eventually as this track's further up. Let's do a tracker, and we could have, we had 2 pop up on us yesterday in this area, that severe potential. But this is moving off toward the east, they're saying, but I'm sure they're expecting more growth. That's why they drew it so big. Let me just kind of look at it. It's almost hard to just try to track all this. I want to do a track on it, but I feel like it might not be very accurate. Just in general, stuff may be popping in this part of the box here next little bit from the airport east in Leon, and give or take. And, Crawfordville east here. St. Mark's, just, be taking precautions here as we're looking. I know, just whenever you're hearing those rumbles of thunder, like even here east of Stark, we're hearing them. When thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. Just be taking precautions here for sure. Spots that are not getting the storm action, they're on the hot side. I see Bradford now. Our warning over here just went away. Okay, so that's good. And just real quick, I want to see temperatures here. Some spots still so hot, some spots cooling on down. But we just got a new warning here for a different area now. So let's go ahead. Okay, so they dropped the 1 for central Bradford and south central Union. The threat, the storm is weakened below severe limits. No longer immediate threat to life or property, at least from, the wind to getting to 60. But still, got to be careful. Still could have that lightning around, but out here we have a new warning now for a different part of Bradford County. So let's go ahead and look at this one now. We're talking about parts of Bradford, Union, and Alachua at 445. A severe thunderstorm located near Worthington Spring, moving north at 25 miles an hour. Worthington Springs, La Crosse, Brooker, and Dukes under the 60-mile-an-hour wind gust until 445 now. So again, just got to be careful here in toward this area. Yeah, moving right up toward Brooker. La Crosse though first, but got some damaging wind potential coming into Brooker here. The heavy rain starting to enter on in toward Brooker. Again, need to be inside, need to be away from windows here around Brooker. You had one warning, the other warning now including you as well for a different storm. And this one might be, really starting to get into your area more than the other one went a little east. This one's kind of coming up closer to you. Maybe, some of it's going to go west, but some of it's going right into toward Brooker here, in toward southwestern Bradford County. So you see some of this wind energy here. Some of the wind energy, could have that burst potential right in there. It's not out of the question. Okay, so we have Southwest 55th Street, North State Road 235, Northwest 218th Avenue, Northwest 177th Avenue, Northwest 156th Avenue, Northeast 21st Street, Northeast 156th Avenue. Just in the overall polygon, at least some spots, a little more in danger than others. Across to Brooker. Again, need to be inside and away from windows here. Got this pretty heavy accident right on the Putnam-Alachua County line. We're looking at things there around McMeekin there. You have a Beckhamtown just east of you. Some stronger winds in here, 32 and 34. Let's go out to the west now, as we keep you guys informed here on things. We have parts of Wakulla County, parts of Wakulla here. Again, this wind potential. Let's put on the roads over here. Stokely Road. You have areas here around It looks like Hilliardville Road. Hilliardville. Got multi. Yeah, these are all kind of coming together now. It was just one area. Now we're getting the upscale growth rapidly on the, up in here around Hilliardville, McCulloch County. Let's see where we want to go with this now. We'll go to the Valdosta radar. We'll go over here. Okay, southern Suwannee County. Need to watch this. Could get a warning up in here. Scrub between some things. Storm around Perry. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors here as we're looking at the situation. Seeing that storm in the parts of Duval County here. A little bit of burst of wind energy maybe around Ocean Way. Looking there as we get in tighter around Purdue Road and Airport Center Drive. Duval Station Road. It's a little to the south. This looks kind of similar to what happened yesterday with some of this formation here. Not quite as strong in the velocities yet, but just some of the idea that's a little concerning. A little south, not quite as strong as what we saw yesterday. So far out here, but you just can't take any chances. Can't take any chances. And even though we didn't have a formal risk yesterday and we had the tragedy, and today we have a 1 out of 5, I mean, there's a higher risk in the country. Areas in South Carolina, North Georgia, North Alabama, into Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma. There's quite a bit of action going on, as we look up that way with some damaging wind potential. Lesser down here, but it's still noteworthy. Still noteworthy towards some of our different zones. Let's go ahead and zoom in here. See around Brooker. We're seeing some of this around West State Road 235, North State Road 235, Southwest 55th Street here. Again, some of this wind enhancement coming on in. You see out in the Leon, Wakulla. Again, this is showing some strengthening here. As we get here toward Crestwood Drive, San Marcos Drive. Got a lot of lighting right here. Some wind enhancement, 35, 35. Tilt it back up a little bit. I know, it's been going a while. Let me check my mic because I want to make sure we're not running down here already with the batteries, anything like that. Still doing pretty good, so that's good to see. But again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here on this Saturday. Special cover to these severe storms coming on through. I know we have that risk here today, tomorrow, Monday as well. General thunderstorms, and some of this lighter green, if nothing else here. I mean, that's just, I know it's kind of everywhere on this map. It's not always showing that, but, necessarily in terms of just sat clearly. But that's just how it works this time of year. Everybody has that chance of thunderstorms. Around Brooker, seeing some of that wind potential. You see coming up toward Melrose here. Maybe some hail around Hawthorne. As we try to keep you up to date. Just checking some of the different sources. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, trying to give everybody the latest details. Let me see where I want to go with this. I'm going to do some different things. Now I know we have warnings. You need to take precaution. Let me go in here first before I jump to something else. Let's just give you another look at this storm here for parts of Alachua into Bradford. Some, wind burst potential maybe around, a downburst potential around Brooker there. Be taking precautions. Interior room away from windows here if you can. Not necessarily a tornado situation, but just be taking precautions. West State Road 235. La Crosse to Brooker is where some of the worst of this is. Don't want to be caught out there this afternoon without shelter, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and pull up, though, for a moment. We're going to pull up our coverage map to remind you guys of our 38 counties. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. I'm in Bradford County, eastern part of the county. We've cooled off into the upper 80s now with our temperature, by the way. Let me just go ahead and we're going to move some stuff around here. With the graphics, I want to show you guys some stuff, with the overall weather picture. But it takes just a moment to get to. Going to try to see you Saharan dust. I'm going to try to see our forecast for tomorrow here as well. So give me just a moment here. Going to get a couple things together with some of our settings. It's a one-man band, but it's about trying to give you guys the latest. Let me see if some of our latest models are in here. Been talking so long. Okay. Looks like some of the latest is in here. Make sure I have everything up to date, because try to do my best not to see outdated information. Okay, so some of the reasoning behind us getting these bursts of wind like we are. I'm going to switch out of the coverage map. Appreciate everybody tuning on in here. We do have those warnings. But we're getting these bursts of wind energy in part because we have this dust here, and it's not allowing things to maybe get as high as long. It kind of puts them back down, and then you get these bursts and other storms develop. So put this into motion. To the south, we have even more really impacting air quality, but up here we're kind of on the periphery in North Florida. You see some of this on Monday, actually a little bit more in. Might be a little hazier out there, but just as something we're watching coming all the way across here. I mean, all the way from Africa there with the dust. And it's crazy how things like that set on up here. I'm trying my best with the globe here on the fly like this, but just how it can be sometimes with the overall weather pattern. And then we're gonna go ahead and go on over now toward the forecast model. It was kind of slow about some of the development here, but see how things have been going on in earnest here, and then it clears out for a while. But as we look ahead in toward that Sunday, you have more development in the afternoon hours. And then maybe like 5 o'clock, we have some active weather tomorrow for that Sunday here as well. Another marginal risk for many of us. Maybe not quite as many in the way of warnings based on this. We'll see. We'll have to see how that kind of plays on out. But just wanted to see that latest 18Z scenario, the HRRR, while we're on. We'll go back to analysis mode now and look at the active warnings. We have the two parts of Alachua, Union, and Bradford till 4:45. Okay, this looks a little impressive down here. Not a warning yet, but north of Hawthorne around North State Road 21. We have Melrose there. Could have some, wind energy coming up into there, 40 miles an hour or so. Knock down some things. It could even be a little bit higher than that as possible. Looking further away on the radar. And then you have parts of Leon County here, north of Crawfordville. Yeah, that's not what we want to see. That's strengthening. Wanna just make sure we're not getting any rotation with that. Looks like it's really strong. They're coming into Hilliardville, northern Wakulla County. We look there on Spring Hill Road. And now getting up toward Laird Lane, Twilight Lane, New Light Church Road. You see all that wind there? Again, just trying to give you the latest on that. We have this warning for parts of Bradford. Again, we have the storm down with the Hawthorne moving into Melrose. Right there as we get on the street level mapping, right there around North State Road 21 South Street. Pearl Street, Richardson Lane. Strong thunderstorm coming into Melrose. You have a Terrapin Lane. Again, just trying to watch everything on the Doppler for you. Okay, so Southern Leon now. We're on Helen and Hilliardville. Northern Wakulla. Let's watch the loop past 15. You can kind of watch that motion. And you see how it's kind of going up toward the north some. So something like this. That may be a little more northerly than that. Let's try to track that again. Coming up right toward the airport, it would seem. Have to see what their observation is, and coming up right in toward Tallahassee, maybe toward FSU, FAMU, Tallahassee State College. Maybe some of this coming on in here over the next little bit. It just seems to be strengthening as it approaches the Doppler radar site. Seems to be strengthening. Again, just continuing to watch this here very carefully. Trying to give you the very latest the best we can. Try to keep you protected here. Again, trying to update everybody on the latest. I see AJ Watson from Tallahassee. Appreciate you tuning in on this Saturday here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in here as we're watching the situation very carefully. Again, being very mindful of what's going on here with the overall meteorology. Just seeing the different types of scenarios evolve here with the weather picture. Just going to look through some of the different sources we have at our disposal right now behind the scenes. And FSU sending out an alert here about the severe thunderstorm warning for the FSU Tallahassee campus. Stay inside. If caught outside, take shelter immediately in a sturdy enclosed building, or a hardtop automobile. Avoid open spaces, isolated objects, high ground, and metallic objects. So let's get back over there. I know I'm running between different computers. So let me just kind of go to the broad view here real quick. We'll put the reports on. We have the warning for parts of Leon there for a long period of time. All the way to 5:45. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the FSU Tallahassee campus. Stay inside. If caught outside, take shelter in a sturdy enclosed space according to the FSU alert system here. As I'm reading some of that information, you just want to really, be taking precautions. Enclosed building, hardtop automobile, just avoid open spaces, isolated objects, high ground, and metallic objects. So again, severe thunderstorm warning there. Let me go ahead and keep looking at things. It's just all about trying to keep you up to date on the scenario. So many alerts coming out here on my different sources. They're just full of warnings here. Let me check some other modes behind the scenes. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here. You can get all these alerts too, like over on Facebook.com/cloud weather. All these severe thunderstorm warnings that come out, you can download the Cloud Weather mobile app. It's Cloud apostrophe S weather there on Google Play, and in the Apple App Store, it is KC Cloud Weather. So there's some different methods there for sure, And then you have YouTube at Cloud Weather. One of the ways many of you watching coverage right now, if you haven't already hit that subscribe button there, do that. That's free. You'll see more of my coverage here in the future as we're looking at things. And, hit the like button so it comes across there and in more people's feeds so they're warned about weather information, important weather information like see a new severe thunderstorm warning that's popping up. Somebody jump back over to that as we keep you guys up to date here. Let's go ahead and get on over there. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning on in. Appreciate everybody trusting me here on this Saturday. There's a lot going on here with the weather picture. A lot happening for sure. Trying to stay on top of all of it here for you. So sitting back down at the computer source again, we can control the radar. Severe thunderstorm warning here toward Live Oak till 5:15 for Suwannee County. So see all that wind, all that brighter green, indicative of stronger gusts coming on in. 45 miles an hour at least, but it could be even stronger than that. We're talking about a severe thunderstorm located near Live Oak, moving north at 15 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, Live Oak, Suwannee Springs, Dowling Park, Gloryville, McAlpin, New Bern, and Houston there. So, again, just continuing to give everybody the latest here on the situation. Again, severe thunderstorm warning now for Live Oak until 5:15. This is going to be moving up toward I-10 there. Interstate 10. Just got to be taking, precautions. Don't want to be out there if you can avoid it because a tree could fall or something like that. Same on rural roads, but we have 3 of these yellow boxes on the board right now. So, again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Right here in the Leon, this is coming up here, Spring Hill. Helen there. Let's get into street level mapping. Lee Wallace Road, Spring Hill Road. Looks like Bice Road there. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Looking through everything here in the Weather Center. Just live on the air with everybody at home. Just looking through all the details. Just trying to stay vigilant on things. Just a one-man band, but appreciate you tuning on in. Just continuing to watch the overall trends. Let's look back over, our power outage information. Let's go over to outage here. for county level. This is why we're so concerned about things. Look what happened to Alachua County today. We had storms yesterday. Today's might have been worse here, right to where the University of Florida, give or take. 12,000 electric customers in the dark there in Alachua County right now. Not what you want to see. That's a significant number. Baker County at 1,000, Putnam at 100, Marion at 3,000, Suwannee at 200. And, you know, we have 2 warnings. We had one go away toward parts of Bradford. I know we had seen some downtrending of that here lately, which was good news. But you see around Keystone here now, we're getting some strengthening. The southeast of there around Melrose, especially getting into some of this activity here on the Doppler, the east side of Melrose. As we look there right around Mason Road. Just got to be cognizant there. Significant weather advisory. Of course, out towards Suwannee County, we're watching things. $34, $45 with the winds there. See this wind in southern Leon County. 47. It's right near the radar, right near the airport. So, and this, we just got a new update, so I got to click on different spots now. But even that burst, you know, yeah, we're getting a burst in here. This is not what we want to see. 50, 47. We're going to have damage again, folks. Do not be in a spot near trees around Tallahassee, because we had a terrible tragedy happen yesterday, and it happened even quicker than this, how things popped up on the Doppler. So we really need you guys to be getting inside and away from windows. Don't be, you know, in your home in a spot where a tree might fall even. You know, just make sure you're taking enhanced precautions here in toward Tallahassee. Again, let me go ahead and look at this. I know that was north of I-10 yesterday. We'll have to see how this goes further up. You know, this stuff is so fluid here. I'm trying to track it, and it's kind of going something, seems like this. So, you know, going more northerly. I know had some different tracks on here at different points, but it's going more like my arrow right now. It looks like that I drew on the screen. They were tracking it east at one point. Let me see if they sent out an update since then to Tallahassee office. Okay, they just sent out an update. They're now saying northeast at 20 miles an hour. A severe thunderstorm is located 8 miles south of Tallahassee State College, moving northeast there at about 20 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, Crawfordville, Florida A&M, Wakulla, Lake Bradford, Newport, Shadeville, Leon Sinks, the Gaither Community Center, Lake Munson, Wakulla Springs, Walker Ford Community Center, South City, 8 Mile Pond, the Callan neighborhood, Bethel, Tallahassee Airport, Natural Bridge, Spring Sachs Park. Be inside. Do not be out with this lightning. This is very dangerous, happening on a Saturday afternoon in the middle of summer. People trying to enjoy things. Get inside. Get away from windows here around Tallahassee. This is pretty serious based on the wind signature I'm seeing on the Doppler right now. You need to take precautions there around Tallahassee. Yeah, that's getting even stronger. Please be, you know, taking precaution here. You know, we're seeing winds, if you add all that together, maybe up to 70 miles an hour coming in toward Tallahassee here now, based on the Doppler radar signatures. Need to be inside, need to be away from windows. So they're tracking this here, the speed that they had on this, the Weather Service in Tallahassee. They had here moving northeast at 20. So let me try to track this on out. Try to do my best with this here. We'll just kind of watch the motion. So northeast at 20 miles an hour. Okay, so you see Doak Campbell Stadium, FSU, about 10 to 15 minutes. Get inside now, don't mess around. You know, they broaden this out a little bit more here. You see Henrietta there a little sooner, riding to Tallahassee, or, you know, downtown and toward FSU about 5:02. Again, just be very mindful here of the situation as this comes on. And eventually you see areas like Bellwood Estates at 5:16. These aren't necessarily going to follow this perfectly, but, you know, further on up here, it's close to where that tragedy happened, the Oak Knoll Estates at about 5:20. You know, that general vicinity up in here. I'm trying to do it without the street level on, so let me try that. But, you know, so you're getting up in here. you know, Bradfordville there. We're watching you guys. And let me just look here at some of the information. I'm just going between some of the details here. About 5:30, it looks like. That's when it's going to come into toward Bradfordville. That's the current time arrival. This could shift around and grow that direction. Or it could fall off some. You never know. But headed right up toward the airport. Let's try to get some traffic cameras up. Try to get some traffic cameras up here on the Florida 511 perspective. We're going to go ahead and look there toward the airport. Capitol Circle Southwest and Spring Hill Road. Let's try to get that one up. Gonna see some of the darker skies at least here momentarily. There you go. Again, severe thunderstorm warning toward Tallahassee here. Some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds maybe coming up toward the Tallahassee airport and toward downtown Tallahassee, toward, you know, or at least near FSU FAMU and Tallahassee State College. So again, need to take precautions here as we're looking at this. You see the camera kind of shaking around a little bit here. Again, this is a live Florida 511 view of this scenario. A severe thunderstorm warning here. A severe thunderstorm warning here in play for a good while longer. As we're looking at the information all the way to 5:45. But it's coming up toward the airport area about now. Again, please take precaution here. You know, we had that terrible tragedy yesterday. North side of Tallahassee. We now have the winds really picking up here. If you see them moving around here on the view, the camera's shaking around. Be inside. Be away from windows. Some strong winds near Tallahassee Airport here in toward Leon County. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. You see those trees really moving around a good bit there. I'll try to, you might not be able to see my cursor, but I'll try to put it in here a little bit. You're going to have trouble seeing this, but if you see my little different type of arrow there, you can kind of see what we're talking about there. Again, the trees blowing around. You see some rain now starting to land on the camera lens here. Again, looking at the overall scenario, let's try some other camera angles here. This is one of them, though, for sure. Severe thunderstorm warning in play here. Leon County. Let me see what else we can kind of pull up on our perspectives. Still a little early, but we got people out on the roads, and we don't want to see people out on the roads with a storm like this coming on through here. And it's Saturday, though. You know, it's summertime. This isn't like, you know, another part of the country where maybe it'll be a squall line every week or a couple weeks, or, you know, you have time to plan out. This stuff just pops up quickly, and you have to be ready to take action to get away, you know, from the more vulnerable conditions, a tree, you know, that's, you know, near you, unfortunately, or something like that. So, Capitol Circle Southwest and Crawfordville Road here. A view right now. Quite a few vehicles, unfortunately, out there at this point in time. You see the camera shaking some with these winds, these deteriorating conditions coming on in here in toward Leon County. Okay, so we're just trying to give you the very latest here. Move away from that camera view for a moment. Again, this is a very fluid situation. Very fluid situation. Just please be taking precautions. I'll go back to the camera in a moment. We're still on the kind of the periphery of them. But again, we're watching things carefully here. We're watching things carefully. Just trying to keep you safe. Let me look at our energy values here. Just give me a moment. I know toward the Suwannee County warning, we have storms coming up toward Live Oak. 3,000 joules per kilogram there. Surface-based Cape, Tallahassee, about 4,000 joules per kilogram. So definitely noteworthy. Again, just trying to keep you safe here. A lot of lightning. Let's put our lightning counter back up. 127 strikes there last 15 minutes in this frame. Let me go ahead and see what we can come up with here. We see that go up in that frame, but let's zoom out a little. Right now it's about steady state, it looks like. But you see all this wind. 44 miles an hour, but it could be stronger than this. Let's check power outages. You know, McCullough some, of course, Alachua always stands out there, just all over the place. A lot of outages here and there, but Alachua is the worst. We were tracking earlier on. Let me go ahead and go to our county power is total. McCullough with 100. Suwannee with 300. Gilchrist with 100. Baker with 300. Again, in Gainesville and Alachua County over here, that we have 12,000 in the dark. That's a lot. We got some damage reports. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Look at that number here. This is coming into the Weather Center now. Numerous reports of trees and wires down in Gainesville, east side of the city limits. But look at that number. We had a wind gust of 78 miles an hour on the UF campus, a hurricane force wind gust there. That's one of the stronger ones we've seen in summertime stuff measured there. A almost 80 mile an hour wind gust there on the UF campus in the last hour. That's information coming in now to the Weather Center. Not good at all. 74 is Category 1 hurricane force. We were really on it, that Ord Gainesville, talking about it before we even had that first lightning strike. And unfortunately, we had some significant issues. There's still a heated visor, but that's not this big story now. The big story is 12,000 without power, though. That can kind of play into that if the temperatures start warming up a little. It's not warming up too much, but, if you lose power and it's getting hot, that can be an issue, too, getting hot again. But let's get back to the west here and warn some people again as we look out here toward Suwannee County till 5:15. You can see here we have some wind energy here. Again, we didn't have 78 on the radar down there, and yet it happened on the UF campus, a hurricane force wind gust this afternoon. These are serious storms that mean business here. Please take these seriously. Okay, we have the warning there. I hear some rumbles of thunder around Stark, where I'm at now. I think it's some of this stuff there, maybe, southern parts of Bradford, northern Alachua. We have some stuff in northern Union and northern Bradford as well. Let's get back toward the west, though, as this comes back in on Tallahassee. Again, just continuing to give you the very latest here. 45, 47. Oof. We might get a similar gust toward Tallahassee like what they had at UF here, folks. Please, 78 miles an hour, something like that. Not out of the question with what I'm seeing. We have much, clearer Doppler imagery because we're right here at it, looking literally less than 200 feet up. I mean, it's going to be obscured here. I mean, if you looked at it like this, you could say, well, it could be went to 100 miles an hour. But I don't know if, with it being so close, I don't know we probably trust it like that. But we could have, winds that are getting up there some. Let me see if we have any updates on the statement from the Weather Service. Let me see what we have. Anything, if they've upped the winds on this one. They upped it to 70 in Gainesville during the event. Still going 60 right now for this here around Tallahassee. We're getting some growth, by the way, north of McClinney on a storm. We'll have to watch as we're looking at the situation. Just continuing to track things for you. They are down to 81 degrees at Tallahassee Airport. Okay, gust to 41 knots already at the Tallahassee Airport. Gust to 41 knots there at Tallahassee Airport. So that gets us there to 47 miles an hour. That was out ahead a little. be interesting to see, you know, sometimes, not saying it's the case here, we're so close on the radar, maybe somehow we'll, you know, get lucky and there won't be quite as strong a wind with this because we're getting a little bit of maybe an outflow or something, but, you know, you can't take any chances. You were too close on the radar to be able to tell, but it did drop 11 degrees out ahead of this, it seems. You know, they're on the periphery right now, but they still could get some damaging conditions. I wouldn't take chances. I'm even seeing a little rotation on another mode. But it's so close to the radar, it's hard to know what's going on there for sure. Let me go ahead and look here. I mean, it's showing as rotation because it's just that, you know, downburst type signature, I think. I'll see shear on here is probably, yeah, showing the same thing. You know, so it's showing as rotation almost, but I don't think that's what that is, but still could be almost as volatile like an EF0 tornado. I mean, we had 78-mile-an-hour winds on the UF campus. That is similar, you know, 65 to 85, an EF0 tornado coming through the UF campus and, you know, maybe more widespread in a way. So again, continuing to track things here. We have Wakulla Springs Road, Oak Ridge Road West. There's some really strong winds coming on in. Let's get some cameras up again. Let me get some cameras up. Bear with me. Trying to give you the latest here. I'm going to try to get some cameras up there toward the FSU area maybe later on, but first off, southern Tallahassee. Let's look at the Doppler here. Oh, it's gusty on this camera. Let's go to Crawfordville Road here and Sepher Road. That is really intense here, folks. Again, please be taking precautions. You could have a tree fall in this area, other areas here, and we have folks out and about, unfortunately, here. You know, you just don't want to take any chances if you can help it. You know, there's folks caught out in it, though, trying to enjoy their weekend. This is a little bit, you know, a little bit scary almost looking at this camera live like this because, you know, we just don't want a tragedy to happen with a tree falling or something here. You just got to be really taking precautions in toward these areas right now. You need to be in a site-built structure. Do not need to be where these, you know, so you see how Tallahassee is if you're not familiar. The trees and look like somebody actually walking out in this. So again, just some, you know, wicked conditions here. You know, with that umbrella trying to be out. Maybe the winds aren't quite as strong as what it looks like here, but I'm sure they're having some trouble with that, no matter, you know, the exact level of wind here as we're looking at the overall situation. So it's just kind of scary. So we're just gonna, you know, this is live. So these adverse conditions, we're gonna jump away from that right now as we, you know, just continue to keep you guys safe and informed here. You know, we just don't want anything bad to happen. Again, just got to be really mindful. Just checking our different sources. Gonna go ahead and see if we can get some more camera views up here, maybe a broader view. So just kind of see what's going on here with the sky conditions and the trees in the distance. Okay, we'll try this camera. You know, we're just real extra vigilant after what happened yesterday with the tragedy there in North Tallahassee with the 2 people losing their life, you know, with the tree falling on the vehicle. So again, just continuing to look here. This is Jim Lee Road and Orange Avenue. You see the dark skies there? See the dark skies? Not as much of wind right here in this area, but it's got to be, you know, really careful. I think they're starting to pick up on that. So we'll go back to it for a sec. You see some of these adverse conditions. So again, let's get back to Doppler tracking now. Let's get back to Doppler. So get back to the computer source. 118 strikes last 15 minutes. There's quite a bit more cameras we can use toward Tallahassee and FSU compared to like UF there. I wish we could have had some up in that area. We were looking toward I-75 a little earlier, but the worst was toward UF. We have this burst of wind energy though coming on in here. 4 points. Right toward Old St. Augustine Road. You see Blairstone Road and your Tram Road. Let's go to the other radar. And you can kind of see a different look at this. Maybe Woodville Highway. It's looking way up on this, but it's going between some modes. Seeing some formation out ahead, maybe on a boundary, like what I was saying, temperature drops some at the airport, which could help to weaken some of this a little. But we're getting this out ahead right there near Conner Boulevard, Capitol Circle Northeast. But you could get a burst of wind energy down here as this falls off, maybe falls off, but you could get that burst of wind energy. But up here, we're seeing some strengthening, some upscale growth around Park Avenue, Appalachia Parkway. It looks like Richview Road. Nothing right now in north of I-10, where you guys, had that tragedy yesterday. But we're going to continue to watch the trends, obviously. Things can change very rapidly. It's about this time yesterday, 5:17. Yesterday is about what time that happened with that tree falling on that vehicle where 2 people tragically lost their life. So awful. As we look here at the Doppler right now, though, we have this severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. I know we're looking here toward Live Oak. Look at all this wind. We need to get a camera up around here like now. I'm sorry to be blunt about it, but we just have so many things to juggle here in the Weather Center. Let me go ahead and jump back over here. Let me go ahead and try to get a camera up on I-10 there in Suwannee County. The I-10 area, some of that stronger wind coming on in, moving through. Got to be careful there. It looks like those cameras are not working, some of them right now, so maybe some power issues already coming across Live Oak. We'll look toward I-75, see if there's anything there that says anything. It's not. I see the cameras work there, but not too bad there yet toward the north. But again, let me go ahead and go back toward the west here. This is 75, by the way, headed up toward Jasper. Could get another warning up that way in Hamilton County. Again, looking toward parts of Leon County here. Just that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Let's see what we can pull up here. I know, it's kind of crazy. We have this storm accent coming on in. But as we're going to go over to Hendry Street and Stadium Drive. The sun's out right now, even though the winds are picking up some. That's crazy to see that there at FSU. That's to see the hidden miss variety and how things quickly and things can change here. So again, we've been talking almost 2.5 hours straight, but it's all about trying to protect you, your friends, and your family. Just trying to give you guys the very latest here on the scenarios. We already had a hurricane force wind gust on the UF campus here this afternoon. So these storms have meant business. That's why we got to be wall to wall like this to try to inform you guys the best we can here as things rapidly evolve, rapidly deteriorate in some areas here as we watch the overall scenario. So Let's move away from that. I'm just going to go ahead and keep looking here at some more information. Again, still with you here. I've been with you since the 2 o'clock, late in the 2 o'clock hour, I think it was. You know, just talking here continuous to give you the very latest on these adverse conditions. Started off with that warning over Dixie County. Seen so many storms here and there and in between since then. That is some dangerous wind. I mean, the cameras are not working there now, so we probably had some problems there on I-10 and Live Oak area. You know, as we're looking, as we're monitoring. And that's headed up toward I-75. You know, the Interstate 75 corridor. You don't want to be driving there and toward that area. Probably get a warning soon for Hamilton. Based on what I'm seeing here on our Doppler scan, there's some strong winds coming up toward Jasper there and I-75. So, again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here. Keep you guys mindful and monitoring things. $51, $44, $50, 48th Street there, 44th Street, Railroad Street, getting some of this right now. See parts of Clay County here in Putnam. Storm Axon, some of this could start going severe on us. You know, this by the time yesterday we had the warnings further east. Now there's a lot of it, but it could start, you know, the line formations could start going severe, not out of the question. We'll see. It's, you know, still a lot of this is more, you know, pop-up variety. This looks a little weaker, but you never know right here at the radar like this. We're going to scrub way up here. I'm trying some different things, so. Some more different tilts. Just looking at some things here. On 319 there, Tram Road, Connor Boulevard. I think this is weakened a little, but you just never know. You don't want to take any chances. Do not want to take any chances here. Let's get back out to Live Oak because we may want to get the cameras up toward I-75 before maybe they have power issues. Let me go ahead and get over there then. I'm going to go ahead and get the traffic source up for that. Again, just monitoring things the best I can. And I just looking on my computer, seeing how I have the FSU alert up, and yet there was sun out a minute ago. This is, you know, how tricky these storms can be, how quickly they can evolve on us. That's why you always got to take precaution when you get a warning or even hear that rumble of thunder. Just trying to get the right camera for this. Let me put our correct roads on here. We'll go to that profile. Let me see. It might be Jacksonville. Okay. Okay, they went away with the warning temporarily. I know I'm kind of leaning over stuff, so my mic might not be hearing me quite as good, but just looking over some stuff here. We'll have at least an advisory, if not another warning, though, for this. See the Adams community. The sun's still out in some of these spots, which is crazy. As I'm looking at things here behind the scenes. But this weather is going to deteriorate in a hurry. Pull up a camera, at least for a moment here. Let's try this here to this. So this is I-75. I'm on mark of 454.7. This looks nice right now, but we're about to get some at least strong winds. Maybe not officially severe, but some stronger winds here in North Hamilton County. So along the I-75 corridor, already had the cameras lose connection along I-10 there around Live Oak, at least for a moment, because I couldn't pull them up, as we had some of that stronger wind coming on through. As we go ahead and just keep watching things. Just really appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here on this Saturday afternoon. This is the 7th or the 11th day of the 7th month here, 2026. It is July 11th, 2026 here. And they give you the latest. Just if you're watching like on YouTube, you haven't already hit that subscribe button, go ahead and do that here so you see my content here more in the future as we try to do our best here to warn people of the impending danger across our 38 counties. So, again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. I'm on YouTube there at Clouds Weather. So I'll go ahead and, again, as we watch things, as we track things, we just are very mindful here. There's my handle if you're like watching on a different platform, but just make sure you subscribe there on YouTube. It is free to do so, in terms of that, as we just try to keep you up to date on things. Again, keeping you informed for our 38 counties here, North Florida and South Georgia. Just trying to stay vigilant about things. Looks like we got a new warning. Let's see where that is. Let me go ahead and zoom on out here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out. We'll go to the broad view. Okay, it's out to the east now. Again, just let's see what this is all about here. Okay, well, 6:45 now for parts of Leon and Jefferson. And let's see if there's any other counties in there. I'm going to go ahead and I know we got a 98 here east of Stark earlier on. We're down to 86 degrees now in North Central Florida. But the warning now for Jefferson County and the Big Bend of Florida and southeastern Leon County until 6:45 at 5:17. A severe thunderstorm was located near Florida A&M, moving east at about 10 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, Monticello, Florida A&M, Cody, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Miccosukee, South City, Drifton, Governor Square Mall, as well as Natural Bridge, Midtown, Lake Miccosukee, Appalachia Ridge Estates, Indian Head Acres. You have Osceola there, just trying to give you the very latest here on things, just trying to keep you informed on the overall scenario. So let me go ahead and I'll try to pull up some cameras near FAMU then. Try to pull up some cameras near FAMU on the Florida 511 perspective. It looks like there's still some sun out there at the moment. But there's another angle that shows something a little bit different. So just to the east, that's how quick things can change. Adams Street, Magnolia Drive. Looks like we're getting some growth there right into our town. So you see it on the radar, but let's go to the camera view. Because I have that on up. Adams Street and Magnolia Drive. It's been hot out there, but we have these different areas here. We turn our warning off. Let's turn we'll put the flash flood risk on because I want to see where we have, our stadium at. So this is FSU Stadium. And that's FAMU Stadium. And then this is just to the east there then. We're getting some of our threat along US 27. I was just looking at it on my radar. You didn't see what I was seeing, but I was looking at it on my radar, but really just to the east of this camera where it's a little more intense. In fact, we can go over to the radar because I was just looking at the stadium. So we'll go the way I did it here, flood risk. And then you have, there's FAMU Stadium right there. And this just to the east is where we have some of the worst of this. And I gotta put the alert back on, of course. So again, watching this carefully. Let's get some cambered up along US 27 then. Try to get some views up. Appalachia Parkway, Shooter Road. Let's pull this one up. This is one of those spots where you get a little nervous sometimes that the wind's picking up. To be completely honest, with all the trees around. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect here right now toward parts of Tallahassee. Again, trying to keep you safe and informed. You see these, reduced visibilities here towards some of these different spots. Definitely noteworthy for sure. Folks with their lights on. Just these adverse conditions coming on through. It's pretty rough having this many vehicles there to light in the middle of a severe thunderstorm, but that's just how it goes sometimes. In summertime, it's so hard to get people off the road because this stuff can kind of happen at every day. Some days a higher chance like today, but again, just these nasty conditions here. So again, you can see how it's getting pretty bad there. I just kind of hate to stay on one of these shots and we have something terrible happen here, the tree falling or something like that. So we'll try to use some of those, kind of sparingly here because those are live and, tragedies can happen like what happened yesterday. So again, let me go ahead. I see there's some upscale growth in Nassau County. I'm looking at another Doppler product behind the scenes. We'll have to watch that and toward northeast Florida. Let me go ahead. Continue to keep you up to date here. Let's get down to street level with some of this. Right here on Old St. Augustine Road, Appalachia Parkway. Maybe some burst of wind right here. Around Lafayette, I know. That area right there, maybe a burst of wind energy right now. Southwood Plantation Road. This is pretty dangerous how this is evolving just in the last scan. You can see it coming together. This is what can knock some trees down here right around Blairstone Road, Old St. Augustine Road, Lantana Road, if you saw it there as I was scrubbing around Lantana Lane, excuse me. Again, so we got to be really careful here. Need to be taking precautions here. We have that downburst type of signature, winds going away from the radar and winds going toward the radar. This is not much different than what we had yesterday in North Tallahassee. This is, concerning. This could strengthen as it gets toward April Road. Do not be, anywhere near trees right now in this area. Be inside that site-built structure away from windows. This could cause damage here. I mean, we have winds here of 29 and we have winds of 39. So that's maybe winds to 70 miles an hour here with a burst of wind energy just east of US 319 and south of Appalachia or near Appalachia Parkway. So again, this is maybe that burst of wind energy here. Just got to be really careful. This, see all the trees in here and then you have homes and just, the ones near the road or near a home, most concerning. But again, just got to be really careful here. Tallahassee's full of trees. If you're not familiar, if you're watching from a different part of our area, Tallahassee has trees all over the place here. I mean, I was, at FSU, for 4 years, graduated from there. So I'm very familiar here with the trees, with everything, going on over toward that area. as we go ahead and continue to keep you up to date. I know earlier on we had a gust of hurricane force in toward Gainesville. Let's pull up the Jacksonville radar now, and then we're going to go back. We'll get right back to warning people, but this is, important to see what these storms can do. We'll go back 3 hours here to 5-minute increments, and we're going to get down in here. I mean, look at that. We had, I guess, the 78 at the UF campus earlier on. This stuff just bubbled up and caused problems. I know they're displaced these icons a little bit. The storm report icons, just the way the tilt is. But, it was right near the UF campus with that impact earlier on. Hurricane force wind gust. Right now, our warnings are to the west. We do have stuff going over 75. That's pretty strong, as I was alluding to earlier on. But let's get back out here. We have our severe thunderstorm warning out here, that burst of wind energy. Old St. Augustine Road, April Road. Let's watch the latest scan of that. It's that steady state. Might have weakened a little, but I don't want to really say that because it could be putting that burst of wind energy down right now in towards some of these areas. Okay, look at all these power outages. Look at all these power outages. Leon County there, just a handful so far, but I'm sure it's going to be going up as we speak. I mean, every, county here, it seems like just, outage after outage showing on up. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I probably shouldn't try to count all these, but let's say about 15 or so of these counties out of 38 have outages right now, approximately. So, not a good picture. And, downstate, there's some as well. And look at all these outages further up, like South Carolina. Quite a few outages, West Tennessee a little bit there. So, just a, nasty storm setup here. We have temperatures that got so warm as we're looking. Some spots have cooled down now, but let's get back on the Doppler here to try to keep you up to date, try to keep you informed. Okay, got a damage report there out of Wakulla County. Debris blew into power lines and resulted in a power outage there. Just a little while ago, about 4:50 p.m. Again, just effort and, newest information here. And just gotta be really careful with these lightning strikes around, that are hidden danger. We had a tragedy about this time last year in the Ward of Waycross area, where 2 people lost their life because of lightning. So you can't ever forget about that threat as we're looking at things, as we're updating things here. Just trying to stay vigilant the best we can. Trying to stay on top of things here. Trying to be very mindful. Just looking through all the different information sources. There's so many things to look through here. Appreciate you tuning in and trusting me. Lightning count's gone down just a little bit here, which might be a positive trend, but you just never know with these type of adverse conditions. You just never know with these adverse conditions. Just trying to stay on top of the overall picture. Again, I'm just doing man-band, but I'm looking at all the latest here. I look back at the HRRR, it was kind of behind on some of the storms toward Tallahassee for sure that, we had posted earlier on. It gave you an idea of the storm potential, but I'm just watching all of our different meteorological stories. Trying to be here for you. Going back to the weather computer right now. The graphics computers, we still are watching things. We're on US 27 here. 45-mile-an-hour wind. So you get on in here, Lot Road, Cody Church Road. Caps Highway there. Looks like some wind back behind a little bit. Be a little burst of wind energy back out in here. It's east of Lunchtown Highway, not by much, but we'll monitor it. In Augusta 47, we had a debris into the power lines there. Again, just keeping you up to date. And we were talking hour after hour. Some of these may go severe here pretty soon. We'll see. They're strong, though. Still could be dangerous. Western parts of Duval County and North Clay County here. Putnam County. Some of these winds are pretty strong over here. I mean, they show 30, but you could have a burst, to 40 or 50. Not out of the question. Let's go to the outage information. You see about 10% out in Hamilton. We were talking about some of those stronger winds maybe coming on in there. It's not a good situation in toward that spot. Got a little burst of wind energy near the Jacksonville Airport. Let's pull up the roads here. Right, near Big Bore Road and Bismarck Road and, just east of Lim Turner Road. On Arnold Road. Right on the Nassau-Duval line. I mean, if I measure these winds with our radar indicator, see maybe 50 miles an hour. Let's get back toward the west now. US 27, that vicinity. You have areas there around Skipper Lane. I know. We're going to try satellite. I know the other day it didn't cooperate with us, but we're going to try to pull that up again today. Try to run that through. We'll see the storm accent bubbling up. So we'll go ahead and zoom in here to our area. Let's watch things bubble up here. You have stuff like toward Tennessee as well. Watching that activity up there. I know I've been really focused on our area as I should be here in this type of dangerous situation, but I know, Southern Tennessee weather. Elijah, he was watching the other day, and he'll be busy covering some storms later tonight there. So, you know, north of Huntsville, south of Nashville is about the general area he covers, and has some great coverage there. Some severe weather potential up that way later on this evening. It'll be a storyline that's coming into play. So, I haven't had a chance to really look at the story up there, but I know he has it all covered on his different pages and, platforms, Southern Tennessee weather. But we're having to focus on our weather toward our local 38 counties right now. Looks like we got that boundary. I kind of thought that's what we were seeing. We had the cooler temperature. It's really pronounced now. So you kind of look here in this outflow boundary. I think that's dropped our lightning counter with some of that, so we've seen some more upscale growth toward the east. So again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. $38, 40. Again, just watching the Doppler scans. Let's pull up some rainfall totals here. Okay, something's a little off on that 6 hour, but we'll try 3 hour. See an inch or so, a little less than an inch, some spots, but already starting to add on up. Lee Wallace Road. Just some of these different zones. East of Woodville, highway there. As we keep you informed. Just trying to keep you up to date. Trying to stay on top of things the best we can. Got all these storms to the east here, and there's almost a thunder just be inside really with these storms toward the east here. 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds possible. Callahan through the Baldwin to Jacksonville downtown area, Lakeside, Orange Park, Green Cove Springs, Palatka, Hastings. Even some stuff, just getting to the south. And by the way, Ocala, multiple trees and power lines down to the northeast side of Ocala earlier on with the storm Axa moving on through. Toward Dixie County, we had Old Town debris blew into a power line and resulted in a power outage. So just a lot going on here in the weather picture. So active for sure. Again, just trying to keep you safe here. All these power outages. We're going to have more storms tomorrow. We'll have to see. The cover to be a little bit more, so maybe it'll help lessen the severe threat. We'll see. We'll see. The dust planner roll too, getting some of these bursts of wind energy. And temperatures wise, some spots have cooled off a lot, some not so much. This feels like temperatures. I don't know about that live oak number. Let's check our temperature there again. That live oak number was, maybe the wind picked up when it was cool, and that's what's doing that. I'm curious about that. I'm going to check a different source. Bear with me. I know we can kind of do that in extended coverage. I'm not seeing a wind gust number, but let me see if it was coming up earlier on. Okay, yeah, they had a 28-knot wind gust at 72 earlier on, so that's why I was like trying to wind chill almost, I think, is what I was trying to do in the calculation. That's kind of interesting, but might not really be wrong. It's just an interesting way to look at it, but Again, trying to keep you up to date here. Appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Again, going back over to the computer here again. Been on for about 3 hours, so we're in an hour and 4 of continuous coverage to keep you safe and informed. Probably take a break here, for a minute or two here at some point. If maybe really soon, we'll see. But 47-mile-an-hour winds coming up toward I-10. It could be a little bit stronger than that. Again, these are not officially severe to the east, but these could cause some damage here. Burst of wind, parts of Duval County, around Jacksonville Heights and Caleb and Normandy, on I-295. Palatka to Hastings, we're seeing some of that wind there. Couple different Dixie County reports now from earlier on. And this warning goes officially for another hour. So what we're going to do, we're going to just be right back. I just want to show you guys real quick. I take a quick couple-minute break. We're going to look back at coverage from Elsa here. As busy as this day's been, it doesn't compare to the day we had Elsa there and the lead up to Elsa, Tropical Storm Elsa in 2021, 5 years ago this week. So let's take a look back at some of that coverage here. I'll be back in just under 2 minutes with more information on cloud weather, special coverage of severe weather on this Saturday. I know it is a 5:30 timeline, where we'd have our 5:30 show on a weekday, but it would be better, if we didn't have storms and I didn't have to be on here on Saturday, but we have storms. We're here for you to give you the latest. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes here with cloud weather's special coverage of these dangerous storms moving on through. We had a hurricane force wind gust today on the UF campus, so just dangerous stuff. Elsa was dangerous too. We'll look back at it now. We do kind of want to watch this because some models have it getting closer toward the southeast, and check in for the updates over the holiday weekend. Newly named Tropical Storm Elsa, monitoring it pretty carefully, getting us out together, and something to watch here toward the Sunshine State as we're looking ahead in toward the timeline. Able to keep that structure some. I might be able to strengthen there toward areas off of southwest Florida. We have 4 counties at the moment included. Hurricane warning here in effect as we're looking all the way up to the Steinhatchee River. I know we're watching the Santa Fe River pretty carefully, tracking a possible tornado just northwest of Gainesville Airport or near Gainesville, moving off toward the northwest at about 35 miles an hour. The worst of the weather right now in Dixie County, a little bit of Taylor County there, parts of Madison County later on as well. Going to be watching this gust to 71 miles an hour at Horseshoe Beach. We were showing this to you in the model last night, how the winds would change direction here and kind of funnel that water in when the storm made landfall. And that's pretty much what we're seeing. The latest Elsa information just coming in. We now have a landfall in Taylor County. This storm is far from over here, folks. Don't lay your guard down. Still that threat ongoing towards dark. Again, that rain coming on down. As you can see here, copious amounts. We're watching some areas of rotation moving toward Jacksonville, right along the St. Johns River. You can just see where some of this rain is really piling up. Tornado warning continues. Tight circulation there, 295 in Jacksonville. This is the tightest rotation we've seen all day here on any of these storms, and we have this in a very highly populated area. Maybe having the beginnings of a debris signature, not 100% sure yet. We got a debris signature. This is a tornado on the ground in Duval County. Definitely a debris signature. We just got an update. There's no doubt about that one. That's a radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We were seeing the beginnings of it a moment ago. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here now with a special severe weather coverage. We've been with you for a while. We still got another severe thunderstorm warning situation in play right now for another hour as we look toward parts of Leon and parts of Jefferson counties. So just got to be really mindful of the situation out that way as we're looking at the Doppler radar scans. It doesn't look quite as strong as it did, but we still have some pretty strong winds once you go, another way to describe velocity mode, like under the hood here of your vehicle, looking at different things. Things look good or not as bad maybe in one way on the outside, but once you go inside, you get like an x-ray of the storm axis, and you see there is some wind potential still with it. So just gotta be very mindful of that here as we're looking, as we're watching this overall view on US 27, Thomas City, Bethpage Road, Tram Road, Wakena Highway, Pinhook Road, Brumley Road. Again, just got to be very mindful here of that. And then, of course, earlier on our big story, we had, not just the 45 gust. Sure, that was up there some, but we had a much higher situation toward the UF campus. We had a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust there. Damaged, numerous trees and wires down in Gainesville on the east side of the city. Just active stuff. If you have any damage photos of that, send, them my way here as we're looking at the overall scenario. Again, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Jefferson, Leon line. We're watching some of the storm activity. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Let me check the latest statement from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. Gonna go over that here real quick. Okay, so, Wakulla, we're not watching them officially in the warning, but we still have, had Leon till 5:45, but that warning's gone now, so now we're talking about the other warning until about 6:45. So we're talking about the axis moving off toward the east at about 10 miles an hour. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here as we're looking at the overall progression. Let me go ahead and I'm going to look at some other activity. We have some strong storms to the east, so let me get over to those. Again, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. Okay, we just got a warning now for parts of Duval. So let's go ahead and look in here. This got issued. I think it's for this area right in here. Let's get down to street level. Around Cisco Drive West, Pritchard Road. Got some damage and wind potential in there right now. Let me go ahead and see what this is all about then. So this got a warning issued there for southwestern Duval County at 5:40. A severe thunderstorm was located near Cisco Gardens, or 11 miles west of Jacksonville. Is nearly stationary. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, penny-sized hail, Cecil Field, Normandy, as well as Cisco Gardens, Jacksonville Heights, and White House Airfield. So got a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Duval County here now. We need to take precautions inside, away from windows. There's another burst of wind energy maybe right here around Normandy Boulevard. You can kind of see here what we're tracking. 47-mile-an-hour winds right now. But you see our whole yellow box. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Duval until 6:15. Cisco Drive West there. You have Diamond Lane. You have I-295, Ricker Road, Collins Road, Chimney Lakes, Old Middleburg Road South. There could be other bursts of wind energy in here. I mean, I see at least 3 areas that show some signs. Right in here. As I try to fill that in, we'll do that one more time. We have that one area, then we have another area out here. We have a third area that I see down in here. So again, 3 different areas here as we're trying to keep you up to date. As I go back to the normal radar mode, 3 different areas of some burst of wind potential. So again, just trying to keep you guys informed here. Let's go back to power outage information. You can see all these outages here. Let's go to some different modes. We're going to look at wind speed. I know Gainesville had all those stronger winds earlier. I think that's what that's picking up on. Okay, county power is total though. Clay County 1,000 out. Duval 3,500 already. Nassau 1,500. Baker 500. Suwanee 1,000. 900 in Hamilton. Leon's 500. Marion's 3,000. Putnam 700. Gainesville, Alachua County 10,000. They've been hit the hardest today, it seems so far, but just gotta continue to be very mindful here. Continue to be paying attention. I know we have some of these different reports. You know, Wakulla County there, different outage reports out there, damage reports out that way. We got so hot today, you know, that, and then we had, you know, energy around. We had potential for those downbursts. I mean, you see how hot some of our spots were getting. We actually got to 100 at Keystone Airport. So just, you know, some hot conditions for sure. Cooler now in a lot of spots, but as we look here, you know, we have, you know, good amount of moisture around. Those dew point values pretty high. You know, still higher heat index values in spots, depending on where you look here. With East Coast areas, I mean, let's go to rainfall. 12-hour. I mean, you see some areas, even though we keep talking about all this severe weather, a lot of you haven't seen rain today in the East Coast. First Coast hadn't really seen the rain right at the coast at this point. And, you know, it's crazy to have a beach day, you know, when you have warnings all around, you know, the West. But, you know, that in some cases, if you weren't hearing those rumbles of thunder, that could have been happening and safe to happen there, you know, at points. Again, you see some of the colder cloud tops here. There's some different views of that, and these are a little bit different, but there's some different ways to kind of portray the overall setup here. Let's get back to Doppler. Well, that's really growing there in Duval. Ooh, I don't like that. That's really strengthening right there around Jones Road, Old Plank Road there. That's really, really strengthening. It looks like Magell Road there. We got maybe 60, 70 mile an hour wind potential here right around Cisco Drive West. This really is strengthening rapidly. I mean, you watch the scans. Had the warning issued, and that last scan's the strongest there. This is just west of 295. These are some really strong winds right around Put Road there, Bulls Bay Highway. You need to be inside and away from windows. We could have trees fall. I mean, maybe not as many trees as in Tallahassee, but there's still plenty of them around here that could fall and be very problematic here as we look at the overall velocity scan. And it could really be worse right here where we have the two colors in opposing directions. Wind going toward the radar, wind going away from the radar. This is not a tornado signature more than likely. It's a downburst signature. You know, so you got to be really careful. I also got another signature of wind enhancement right near the St. Johns River, right there around, it looks like Spring Park Road, Kennerly Road, Phillips Highway. Again, just got to be really cognizant there. And then we'll get back on over toward the west here. We're getting some shear markers out west. I think that's just the false returns. Yeah, probably, hopefully. That's west of our area anyway, but still, in Liberty County, we used to cover you guys. But let's get back to the east here. We have this warning in Puerto 645. Just continuing to track things here, especially into Jefferson County. Let me read the latest here from the Weather Service on this. At 5:54, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 8 miles northeast of Tallahassee to 16 miles south of Monticello, moving east at 15 miles an hour. Tallahassee there, as well as Monticello, Cody, Dills, Lamont, Nass, Miccosukee, Drifton, Casablanco, as well as it looks like we have Appalachia Regional Park. So you kind of get the idea. It's got to be really mindful of the situation. Got to be really cognizant, really vigilant. I'm just looking through all my different sources here. Been with you for a while, but it's all about trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. Trying to keep you safe and informed. Okay, back to Jacksonville we go. This is a really nasty storm showing upscale growth. It's going to probably, weaken down and drop a bunch of wind damage, or knock some trees over here, around Cisco Drive West. Let's go over to 3D scan. Put that mode on. Definitely getting high up there as we're looking on our tilts. As we look at this in 3D, I know there's some different ways to do this, but just trying to be very mindful here of the overall scenario. I'm kind of new to doing this here, so we're gonna reset this and try this again. But you kind of get the idea. You have like heat advisories still in some of these other areas that haven't had it, the storm axis. But yeah, you definitely see some of these higher tops here. That just kind of tells that story. Just gotta be very mindful, obviously, as we're getting higher on up here with this storm axis, and and then it'll drop down some of that wind damage potential. Let's get back toward this area here. This is more of a linear segment here toward parts of Jefferson County. Let's see if there's any type of hail signature standing out. I need to do that on the other storm actually, because that probably does have it. I mean, we're getting stuff on the southern periphery too, but let's see here. Let's go to the Barron button. That's going really high with the hail signature, but let's go to correlation coefficient. There's probably some hail in here though, but it's maybe not quite as, high there as what it is showing on some of those sources. Again, just trying to keep you informed. 3/4 of an inch is what the Weather Service went for the warning. Let's get a camera up around I-295 there. Let's try to get a camera up there. Let me look at my different source. Just a moment. Again, if you weren't with me earlier on, we had a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust on the UF campus. Got in, to over 10,000 without power there in North Alachua County. That was a little earlier on in the afternoon, but it's been very active. Very active. So we're going to try to get a camera up near 295 here. Just a one-man band, but it's about trying to give you the latest. So we're looking north of I-10 is where I want to try to get a camera view. So we'll go I-295 west and north Commonwealth there. Let me try to pull this one on in. Florida 511 perspective. You can see these adverse conditions here on the roads. See the trees blowing around some. Just got to be really careful. Got to be really mindful here of these adverse weather scenarios. Go back to the Doppler now. Just continuing to give you the latest. I mean, some areas could have it way worse than what that camera showed. It's just, we have to kind of, see where we have the camera views, but just trying to stay mindful of things here. Trying to stay mindful of the overall scenario. Again, it's all about trying to protect you, your friends, your family. Going back over to the Barron computer right now. Seeing this right around Spalding, Garden Street. Here's some of the stronger wind. See around Plummer Road as well, Old Keens Road, New Keens Road, Dunn Avenue. Well, that's getting out of the warning a little bit, but they may have to issue another warning further back to where that's growing. Got a burst of wind to the St. John's, maybe. It didn't look overwhelming, but something there with the winds in opposing directions. We got some stuff in southern Flagler that's trying to get us that together, coming out of, areas of Volusia. Still got a warning back out here. Plus, we got this stuff out here in Liberty that, had some of that rotation on the track a minute ago. At least it might have been a false echo, but it was showing there. Again, Leon, Jefferson till 6:45. Looking at some of these areas, this is going to underdo it some, but it kind of sees where the rain's been compared to where it hasn't been at least. It's just interesting to see the different strips here being impacted and other strips staying dry. Look at it last week. I mean, some areas, this is crazy this time of year how much, of a contrast we can get from one spot to another. Some spots a trace, some spots 4 inches or more. This is maybe getting out of our area, but look at that. I mean, that's high. This is in our area. It's a half a foot. So some areas in our area are getting a half a foot, some getting a trace. I mean, it's hard to forecast when it's like that. Some of those, I think, nothing in there if I could really get into their tight. I mean, there might have been a sprinkle, but if you get really tight into some of these areas, it's really showing there's nothing on the radar estimates. So interesting how that works there, but again, just trying to keep you up to date. Let's go over to the forecast model here. I know we'll try to watch it. It does stuff a little longer hanging on and then it fades, but we'll have to watch the trends. See some stuff there. We'll have to see how it bubbles up. I know stuff was out ahead of it yesterday. Oh, not yesterday. That was, it was yesterday too, but today, what we were talking about earlier this afternoon. Got a new warning now, by the way, into where Duval. It's about to sweep, so that come on through here with the scan. But we got a new warning right into downtown now. Right into downtown Jacksonville with a severe thunderstorm warning situation. Again, just trying to keep you up to date here. Trying to keep you up to date. That's till 6:30. So let me go ahead and read that on off. Let me go ahead and read that on off now. At 6:03, a severe thunderstorm located over Jacksonville, nearly stationary. Jacksonville, Cisco Gardens, Ortega, Normandy, as well as San Marco, Riverside, and Talleyrand. So just got to be taking precautions of 60-mile-an-hour winds. Some dangerous weather coming on through Duval County and into toward Jacksonville here. See around Garden Street, Spalding. Some 50-mile-an-hour winds. Showing on up. Again, just trying to keep you safe here. Some very adverse conditions coming on through. Again, just trying to update you the best I can. And this is weekend, so we had that cooler air being pushed out with the boundary there. Less lightning than we had earlier on in this area. But they're still holding on to this warning for now. Part to Leon and Jefferson. Seeing parts of Duval. This is really strong right around Garden Street and Spalding there. Please be inside, away from windows. This can knock some trees down onto vehicles even. That's the severe on this, just concerning this time of year because we don't always get that, when you actually have some pretty noteworthy damage. But we're close to the radar here. We're less than about 300 feet off the ground with this, reading off the Doppler scan. So. Again, continuing to keep you updated with the severe thunderstorm situation. Let me go over the currents. We're going to go over to County Paradise total. See all our different outages here, county by county. There's so many of them on the board here. When you add all those up, I mean, that's probably close to about 20,000 in the dark. Somewhere in that range. Across our 38 counties. There's a lot of those outages here for sure. Let's get back into Duval County here. Right toward downtown. Let's get some cameras up. So we have a burst of wind energy right near Murray Hill, Beaver Street, Commonwealth Avenue. Copious amounts of rain. Let's watch this scan here. It could be something coming right into downtown Jacksonville. So let me go ahead and see what we can pull up here on some of these cameras to try to keep you up to date. Got a hail indicator on my other system here. 1 inch in diameter, maybe even a little bit more right near downtown. Let's go to the Barron button first then so we can track that. I mean, this isn't going to maybe be as big as it shows, but it's showing some hefty hail right near Commonwealth Avenue and Keynes Road and Division Street there. So, Grand Park area of Jacksonville. Again, let me go ahead and go on over to another source of mine. I'm going to try to pull up some cameras. Let's go to I-95 at Union Street. If we can get that one up. It may not come up. It looks like it. Okay, it's coming up there. Okay, let's go ahead and go to it. You can see the slick conditions. Oh, it looks like is that a little bit of bouncing of hail maybe? Or just the wind blowing the raindrops. It's hard to tell. Got 346 strikes last 15 minutes right around Duval County. That's very significant, by the way, on the lightning count. I know. As this storm action's coming through, we had a temperature reading of 99 there at Naval Outlying Field. So that just shows you how much energy we've had here for this storm to now take advantage of. Just trying to give you a view here, but we'll move away from it for a moment, see if we can get some better views. But look at all that lightning. That's 15 minutes. This is very significant. It starts to remind you a little bit of, I know it's a little bit bigger area, but reminds you of what happened in Glenn County a little bit back on last Sunday. Days kind of blend together, but it's been almost a week since that. But look at, all this lightning that's coming on in. Let's see what other camera we can pull up. It's kind of blurry, but you can see some of the darker, low-hanging clouds. So let's go ahead and pull this up. Other view here. State Road 115, mile marker 6.1. You can see a bridge in the distance there and low-hanging clouds as we're looking at things in toward parts of Duval County. I mean, we're not expecting a tornadic situation, but we'll monitor just in case. Sometimes you can get weird stuff to happen with boundaries this time of year. Let's go to another camera here. These adverse conditions. Florida 511 perspective here. Going right through it. These vehicles. See all the lights on. It is very rough out there right toward downtown Jacksonville. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Very, very rough. Not what you want to see, obviously. Really rocking and rolling here as we look at these dangerous weather scenarios. Not fun at all. So we watch the loop of this. That camera we're just showing you there, I-95 southbound, mile marker 350.6 beyond Riverside. Let's go toward the South Bank. As we watch the loop one more time through, but South Bank camera view. Gonna keep looking here. We'll get up near Talleyrand. It's pretty blurry. Let me try a different one. They're kind of both blurry, the two that I clicked on. Some of them aren't working, so. I-95 Gulf Air Boulevard there. Looks like some pretty wet road. Just pull it up. Gulf Air Boulevard there. I-95. You know, some of the worst of this in more hyper-local spots, but definitely tracking this coming on through. Just gonna keep looking here at more cameras. I-95 south of Lem Turner. Let's pull it up. We'll watch this loop again, but okay. Look at all that pond and the water in the roadway. Some folks with their flashing lights on even. With this severe thunderstorm coming on through Duval County. Looks like maybe even a little hail in there possibly. Look at that lightning, you know, that lightning there story. Okay, so coming back over here now. Looks like that feed went out on that camera. Just looking to see what else we can kind of come up with here. We'll go back to the Doppler for now and track things that way. Come back over to the weather computer. All this lightning right here toward Jacksonville. Look at that burst of wind energy possible right around Cleveland Road, New Kings Road. Do not want to be outside right now. Don't be anywhere near where a tree could fall because we could get that, type of situation right there around Biltmore. And you can see Dakota Drive, Belafonte Drive. Again, some really rapidly evolving situations. We have winds going toward the radar and away from the radar here, and we could have that burst of wind energy somewhere in here that could cause damage, knock some trees down, power lines down, something along those lines, along that thought process. So it's got to be really mindful of that. Royal Terrace, Magnolia Gardens. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. It's got to be really mindful here. Aubrey Avenue, Ribault Manor. It's got to be really mindful here, that burst of wind energy. Let's watch the loop last 15 minutes. That last scan really started to show it there. I know we kind of had one further northwest it looked like. But now I have one down in here around Biltmore, Grand Crossing. 45-mile-an-hour winds. But could be a lot worse than that possible in a burst. Still got the warning out toward Jefferson County. We have one of the Jacksonville warnings go away, by the way. All Duval, Jacksonville, if you guys didn't know that, by the way. That's something, many around Jacksonville know, but, it's just not how it is in most big areas, but it is around Duval. Again, just trying to keep you informed as July. We have all this lightning around. You just got to remember whenever thunder roars, you go indoors here. You go indoors in these adverse situations. Still hot in other spots that haven't got the rain. Got to watch some of the stuff in southern Gadsden to make sure that doesn't get a warning. I know we've been here with you about 3.5 hours straight, keeping you up to date. Had like a 2-minute break in here, and that's about it. It's all about keeping you up to date here on these adverse conditions. Maybe some hail right there around Kings Road and Robert Street. In the Grand Park area. The Barron Button kind of backs that on up. Carver Manor to Harbor View, maybe some hail. Not sure if it'll be enough to cause damage, but it's still impactful. I'll take the lighting off for a minute on this mode. That white is where the hail chance would be the highest. Right there around Carver Manor, Harbor View, and Grand Park. Again, just continuing to give you the latest. This is another way to visualize things. I don't know if it's going to do that good of a job. It's trying to set a movement, but we'll see if it kind of moves like that or not. It'll work a lot better for severe weather season when we have squall lines. And we got to be careful with severe weather season this year, starting about October, maybe through about April. El Nino is going to be so powerful. Maybe the tropics aren't as active. Maybe we get lucky, don't have as many storms still. It only takes one, as we always talk about. But, we'll have to watch maybe for some isolated tornado chances here to be a little bit more frequent here, toward the fall, the winter, the spring here. So just something to keep in mind, as the overall meteorological pattern could be kind of in play for that. So something to stay tuned to in the months ahead. But we got to get through this stuff here. One of the more active summertime days here for sure, as we're looking at things. So again, just trying to keep you up to date. Trying to keep you up to date. Trying to keep you informed. So again, right here in the Weather Center with you. Watching hour after hour. A lot less lightning in this area, but we have some more back to southern Gadsden's way now. Gonna broaden that view out. Gonna zoom back on in. You know, we have active weather in other areas. Severe thunderstorm watches further up in the country, but got this burst of wind potential here as we look around Carver Manor. Had some hail potential, as we've alluded to. You see north of Monticello, some wind potential. Some of this heading to Madison, we have that outflow boundary. Some cool air there for sure. Cool air for sure. You know, some overall weakening over here with this. But out to the east, a different story in some of these areas. I know we have some stuff we're watching there. Southern Duval County, but then indoor areas further on up. This one goes to at least 6:30. The burst of wind energy around Royal Terrace and Magnolia Gardens. Let me check our JEA power outage map here behind the scenes. Let me see what that's showing. I'm going to look at that here real quick. Just trying to be mindful here of the situation. Going to check some of other sources. Let me zoom back out a little. Appreciate you tuning in, trusting me. Again, looking at all our data points. Just a one-man band. I only see a handful of outages so far in the J. Okay, there we go. I was looking at my other source. I wanted to look at my big screen here, my computer. I see a few thousand now in the dark once I do a couple of different pixel queries. So something to kind of bear in mind. Okay, it looks like they're going to let the warning go here at 6:30. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Let me see what they're saying about that. I'm going to go ahead and check the information. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning will expire at 6:30. The storm was prompted. The warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer poses an immediate threat to life or property, and therefore it will be allowed to expire. However, gusty winds and heavy rain are still possible with this thunderstorm. That still looks pretty suspicious right around Beverly Hills, that community, that neighborhood. I mean, as much as I wanted to say that, yeah, the threat's weakening or off, I don't know about that with that type of signature. We may get another warning here around Suto Drive. I mean, that's 57-mile-an-hour winds. So we may get another warning here on this. Things had looked a little bit better at points there, and then it started to organize. This is moving up toward Biscayne Village, Garden City, Highlands there. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. That may get another warning. We'll probably be drawing further up closer to the airport. We still got the warning further west here. But we may need to watch this a little more carefully in southern Gadsden. That may get a warning pretty soon if it trends like it is. It's up to pay attention. Watching southeastern Duval County. A little bit of wind, and then we have, again, this is where I'm more concerned. Right around Trout River Boulevard, Sunset Drive, Lim Turner Road, Ribaud Avenue. See 59-mile-an-hour winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They're right in the rain here. So this maybe some hail mixed in as well. Some very adverse conditions here in the parts of Duval County. That burst of wind energy there right around the Trout River Boulevard area. Just got to be mindful. It's got to be paying attention. We have Nassau County significant advisory further up, but let's do another one of our 3D scans on this. Okay, so we're gonna maneuver some things around here, and then we'll put in 3D. You at least get a little bit of an idea of some of this here, how, it's getting up there some. And that one area looks like it's falling down some, but we'll just have to wait and see. Sometimes when I do this is something I haven't done too much. Got to be kind of mindful where I'm taking that from, because another part could be growing a little bit. Latest scan, just a tad not as bright on the one side, but you have some of these winds in opposition a little, which is sometimes indicative of downbursts here. Very heavy rain, if nothing else, around Riverview, Lake Forest Hills, Ribault Manor. Again, just trying to keep you guys informed here on the very latest. Trying to be here for you. Just watch that area here right around Sunbeam, Deerwood Club, Stockade. Okay, they just got rid of the warning to the west. Let me see what the statement was on that. I think that was going to go to 645. The thunderstorm warning for northern Jefferson's canceled. The storms which prompted the warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, gusty winds are still possible with these thunderstorms. And for the moment, we don't have a warning over here either. So for the moment, we don't have any severe warnings, but, it might not last for long. And as much as I would say, I wish we could just say we could cut the radar and stuff and hope for the best that we don't get more warnings. Even if we don't get another warning here real quick, which we very well might see another yellow box pop up real quick. But even if we don't, I'm going to keep it running for a while, because I feel like we may have more warnings I need to cut in for here as we look throughout the next, maybe hour or two. It's just, you never know. I mean, with this stuff, sometimes, a lot of areas have seen the atmosphere worked over, but Some haven't. You know, we're watching areas out toward like Gadsden, where I don't see an advisory for a moment, which is kind of interesting. So maybe we will be in on a luckier spot because some of our spots are core, but some of our spots are not core. As you've able to tell here, I mean, still 94 in Valdosta, 96 Bainbridge. I haven't really talked about you guys in Bainbridge today. You know, just so a lot of spots are core, so I just have to see how it works out here with the moisture. But, you know, some of it's because of boundaries, some of it's because of the rain coming through. I mean, look at 12-hour rainfall. You know, we've been here with you almost 4 hours, and yet a lot of us haven't even seen rain, but some of us have seen major damage, like toward Gainesville. You know, hit hard there. Hit very hard around the UF area. You know, this report, numerous trees, wires down there in Gainesville, highest concentration being on the east side of the city limits. 78-mile-an-hour wind gust there at the UF campus. So that's very, very significant. You know, as we look at things, as we track them, very noteworthy. Just checking some of the different radar scans. You know, see different reports like a hail there toward Normandy, dime size in Jacksonville, around 550. Still see some opposing winds that get us in. Little concern there, right around Riverview and Lim Turner Road and Fifth Avenue, Sutil Drive, Clyde Street, Northwood there. See a lot of outflow. That's cool. Air being pushed out. It's helped some weakening go on there. Helped to contribute to some weakening, cause some weakening. We're at 81. It looks like here. They look at my thermometer across here, the room east of Stark. But a lot of this looks weaker with the lightning count now, which is great news, except for parts of Duval. There's still a lot of lightning there. Just not sure I would, you know, kind of say that this is done here. I wouldn't necessarily go against thinking this is still a concern. By the way, just something here real quick. You see these blue areas. If this was like in tornado season, the spring or the fall, the winter, and you had that co-located with green and red, that'd be really problematic. But that's not what that is. That's just the way the radar reads. We don't have like here rain in the spot. So we're looking for like hail signatures here. So I know it's kind of confusing. Don't want to scare you by seeing that one mode, but it just helps me as a meteorologist kind of figure some things out here with the, you know, process of radar meteorology. So we don't have any more formal warnings. So generally I'd wrap here, or at least just go to radar, which is what I'm going to do here if I wrap. But I just don't want to take any chances here, but, you know, for at least another maybe scan or two, because, you know, there's still some enhancement here. I wouldn't be surprised if the airport gets a nasty gust there. Let's see if we can pull some cameras up near the Jacksonville airport. Let's pull some cameras up near the Jacksonville airport. Let me see what type of winds we're getting there first off. If we have any numbers. Oh, we do have a number. 44 knots there at Jacksonville airport in the last 5 minutes. Okay, so did have a pretty noteworthy gust there. They're down at 74 degrees, but they had a 44 knot wind gust. You know, 44 knots. So we're talking about winds there to about 51 miles an hour there at Jacksonville airport. Now, guess what? We got a new warning. So here we go. So right on cue there, I guess. We got a new warning. So at 6:34, a severe thunderstorm was located over Ocean Way or over Jacksonville International Airport, moving east at 5 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-sized hail, Jacksonville International Airport and Ocean Way. So again, just trying to keep you up to date here on things. Again, trying to update you. Severe thunderstorm warning now until about 7 p.m. for areas near the airport in Duval County. Expect damage to roof, siding, and trees. So let's go ahead and keep looking at some things here in the meteorology picture, the meteorological picture. I'm going to try to pull some cameras on in. Just bear with me. Just a one-man band, but all about giving you the latest. I-95 south at Airport Road. Looks like some cars off to the side there even. Can't tell 100% sure why, but definitely, some stormy weather in that region. These adverse conditions. A lot of lanes there for sure. If you're traveling, sometimes they can get really busy around there for sure. As we look at the cameras, I've never actually been to the airport up there, believe it or not, or anything like that. But I just, just know how things can get. Looking at some of the cameras, around the holidays, Thanksgiving, and things like that. You can see it really picking up with some of these reduced visibilities now. As we look toward parts of Duval County, new severe thunderstorm warning till 7 o'clock. And as we look toward Jacksonville International Airport area. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Trying to keep you informed. Looking at some things here in the Weather Center. Seeing some flashes there. There's some nasty conditions here overall. Just got to be aware of. Had some pretty strong winds in other parts of Jacksonville as well. Look at the Naval Air Station, tropical storm force gust there. Just shy of that at the Craig Municipal Airport, it looks like. So here with some of the storm activity. But again, at the airport, we had that gust just over 50 miles an hour. And there's some of that reduced visibility up there. Again, just trying to give you the very latest. Yeah, definitely some stormy weather in some more different zones. Looking through some more informational sources. Just, very busy here in the Weather Center trying to keep you up to date. See some lightning here near Jack's Beach now. Whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors. Just remind you of our lightning safety. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent storm, so got to keep that in mind. You see northern part of Baker County. Seeing some wind enhancement. Winds about 30 there. But, could be a little stronger at times in some of these spots you see around Brentwood and East Point there, Dunn Creek, Sterrett Road. Seeing some of this wind impact. 47 miles an hour, 39 miles an hour, 50 just out east a little bit here. So that's kind of interesting. Might have to have a warning here near the Nassau Duval line, northeast Duval, southeast Nassau. We'll see. Let's see Franklintown to Black Hammock. Some of this potential. We'll keep you up to date. Just trying to update you on things here. Going between everything the best I can. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in play. Just looking between some of my different computers here. Again, seeing that intensify up south of Fernandina Beach. I have another warning coming there. We'll see. So, severe thunderstorm warning areas around Ocean Way, Jacksonville International Airport till 7 p.m. Very slow movement, only 5 miles an hour off to the east. Expect damage to roof side and trees here as we're looking toward that area. As we look toward that zone, some of these different spots. Just got to be very mindful. Let's go over to, let's see, Futurecast. Eventually some of this kind of, fades off, but we'll watch again tomorrow. We'll be paying attention, obviously, as things transpire. Okay, so you see some outages, so many different spots. I mean, this is about half Brooke County with that power outage somewhere. Alachua the worst. I mean, 6% in Alachua, where Gainesville is. There's quite a few in the dark. So, something to be very mindful of. Let's get on in here. It's about 8,000 still in the dark there. A lot of people without electricity. 1,500 of 1,500 plus 500 plus 200. I mean, it's just all over the place here as we look. Some of these different outages. It's noteworthy here for sure. Let's see how much rain is falling in parts of Duval County here. So we'll tilt this back. Over 2 inches in some spots. So quite a bit of precip. But this spot's not getting any rain at all. We haven't really got much rain around Stark here 2 days in a row. So I mean, it was weird saying that because I'm clicking on all these other spots, but right here on Stark proper, it's just a little bit different sometimes. One day to the next, some spots get some don't. We had the warnings out west, but right around Stark, really nothing. Just the east rain, just the west overhead, south, around Brooker, about an inch. I know our system's starting to really freeze on up. By the way, now it's been working hard. I mean, I've been on for 4 hours. Here with this. So again, we're trying to give you the very latest here. Really working the system hard, but it's all about trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect and inform you, your friends, and your family. Just trying to keep you up to date here on things. Go back to the home view. You see that burst of wind energy here as we look around Dunn Creek, Shady Rest. Just east of Jacksonville International Airport. We have the airport right here and just east, right near the weather service, right near the radar. We have some of that burst of wind energy potential. Again, trying to update you on things. Excuse me. Looking through the information. Just for it to be inside and away from windows. I mean, those gusts getting so strong there at points towards some of our different spots. I mean, don't have a count on them, but I gotta say, probably around a dozen warnings today between our Jacksonville and Tallahassee County areas here. that we cover. I mean, there's been a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. I've been with you here for 4 hours trying to give you the very latest. But it's all about trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Let's tilt this the correct way there. It's just interesting to see how things can be hit or miss sometimes with the rainfall. Definitely worth noting. Just watching some of our model guidance here again. There's going to be that frontal system in the north that's going to be trying to influence some of our weather here as we look ahead in the timeline. Increase coverage of moisture up to see how things go here in terms of the overall storyline here. If that ends up, it might end up playing. We don't have quite as many warnings. We'll just have to wait and see. It's hard to say, but because if we have more cloud cover, that could limit some of the destabilization. But we have the formal rest today. We have a formal rest tomorrow. We have a formal rest for parts of our area on Monday as well for severe weather potential. Didn't actually have that yesterday, and we had a slew of warnings as well. But we need the rain. We just don't really want to, like this with the severe potential, and it's so isolated, and yet get the damage potential out of so many of these storms. Not exactly ideal, but again, just trying to update you the best we can. Looking at everything here. County parity map. County percentages. One way to visualize it. Wet conditions on the roads in a lot of spots. Still toasty on some of these roads if you haven't had the rain. I mean, the pavement's still hot in spots. This may be overdone a little, but you kind of get the idea. It's got a temperature in a different way. You see the scattering, some areas a lot cooler than others. We got to 100 at Keystone today. Not right here east of Stark on my thermometer. I think it was 98, but 100 at the Keystone Airport today from what I saw. So very toasty, very hot. Got a storm, by the way, now going up toward Camden and Glen in southeastern Georgia. Got a significant advisory now there till 7:15. By the way, let's go to our 7-day here. I made some tweaks to this late last night, and you can see it's a little hotter than what I had earlier on for later on. Based on some of the trends here in the models, we're not going to have quite as cool of air here overall. A little bit, a drop. But, by Monday a little bit, but you see it kind of bounces back up Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday with those warmer readings. So definitely something to be aware of here with the overall picture. Just have to be taking notes here, taking note of the overall situation. Could have some pretty hot temperatures to contend with again next week then. We were thinking it'd be a little bit lower, like 91, 92, but no longer the case based on the model guidance here. So it's kind of your temperature trend update with the 7-day to keep you updated on all that. It's crazy to see how Live Oak, it was feeling a little cool because they had some wind with, stronger gusts with some other, reduced temperatures. That's why they're so down. And I didn't mean to do it like that, but I was about to get out of it. But we'll just zoom in real quick like this, I guess. It's a weird way to do it. But 68 there, Live Oak. It's just crazy to see on here, by the way. But that's what it feels like or felt like at one point with the wind and the temperature down some. But again, just trying to keep you up to date on things here. Okay, our warnings reduced in size some now. Until 7 o'clock, though. At 6:49, a severe thunderstorm was located over Ocean Way or near Jacksonville International Airport, moving east about 5 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, Ocean Way area. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Let's go to the Barren button. Still some hail possible when there's not as strong of a signal as what we've seen on some of this stuff. It's not been a big threat or our damage threat today. It's been the wind and lightning can be a problem too. That electrical energy, you see a lot of that coming toward Jacksonville Beach. So, ooh, I don't like that. That's a burst of wind energy at least. I mean, that was like rotation. I think it's just a burst of wind energy there. Right near San Pablo. Probably a burst of wind energy in there. 23 and 27. I mean, you could go 36, which is, severe, but then that next scan, it kind of starts to fade already. So even if they want to put a severe thunderstorm warning out for it, it kind of fades in the next scan sometimes. It's kind of interesting how that plays out. That's how things are so fluid here, one scan to the next in the meteorology, of all this. And again, going through the latest here. Just got to be safe on the road here, all these slick conditions, obviously. Just got to be really mindful. Things are looking a little bit better overall in terms of the cover to the moisture. Go to the Vedasta radar, double check. I mean, there's still some areas we're watching. The southeast Florida more on tap, so that could still go severe on us. So it doesn't look like a lot from the radar further away. Let's check the closer radar. It doesn't look like a lot, but things can change rapidly. If this yellow box does go away here at 7, and we don't have anything else fire back up with a warning real quick, we'll leave the radar running. We won't cut the stream right away just in case we get more warnings. But I will take a break if we don't have another warning or something that looks like it's about to get a warning. That's the plan. Things can change quick though in this, but wind enhancement a little bit around San Pablo, Neptune Beach, but whenever thunder roars, you do want to go indoors. There's all these damage reports here today. Let's pull those back in. I mean, let's go over some of these. I mean, we had issues all over the place again. Multiple trees and power lines down northeast side of Ocala. You have toward Gainesville there, Augusta 78 at the UF campus. Dixie County, some issues there as well. Jefferson County, multiple lines down there along Cardinal Lane and Wild Turkey Run. It didn't even look as impressive later on, but I think it, we're kind of switching between some stuff. We had some signatures over there and obviously causing some damage. Wakulla, we had issues. We had a terrible tragedy in Leon yesterday. Some of these different wind gusts up toward Duval, just a lot going on. Of course, a little bit of hail Gainesville, but not a 45 gust. We had a 60-something gust yesterday at the Gainesville report, and they had a 78 gust on the UF campus, which is remarkable, and not in a good way, a hurricane force gust. I mean, that is just remarkable there on the UF campus earlier on. What a note that is there. So again, 78-mile-an-hour wind gust there earlier on. I know the reports kind of move around a little weird sometimes on here, but it's all about just trying to give you the latest. That was at the UF campus. And then you can see this wind. Let's see if they're going to put the cancellation or expiration statement out here. They're saying it remained in effect till 7 there. We were kind of talking about that. We're just going to keep watching these trends, but looking east of Callahan. Just watching some of these strong storms at points in the area. Again, we're watching the Camden and Glensway with some wind enhancement, some stuff right here off of Nassau, right near the coast there. American Beach, maybe some gusty winds, about 35. A little bit higher in the water, though. Again, looking through some stuff here. Just looking through the latest information. See if they issue another warning on this. I kind of doubt it. I mean, at this point, you know, we're going to keep watching the trends. Going to keep watching these trends here. I'm going to put the Vetostar radar up. Going to look through some other sources. I'm just continuing to watch things here the best I can. But we're approaching the top of the hour. See, there's a flood alert now popping up. Let's see what that's about. I know we have our special weather statements, but flood advisory. Duval, central Duval to 9 o'clock, some minor flooding in some of the low-lying areas, urban areas. Just being very mindful of things. Okay, so we'll come back here if we need to. We'll come back on if we need to. But I'm just going to leave the radar running for now. We're just going to leave the radar running for now. I don't know that we're going to get another warning imminently toward Duval based on how things look now. This might be a different story, you know, Camden to Glen, but this yellow box is about to go away here. Hopefully it's the last one for tonight, but I'm going to leave the radar running. If I need to pop back in, I will. I just appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting me here on this Saturday. And, you know, hope we don't have to pop back in. You see boundaries. Hopefully that'll help, you know, kind of stabilize things in more spots. But I'll be here if we need to come back with more coverage. So that's going to do it for now. Thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Again, going to leave this on running here. You know, we've had all these storm reports here today. You know, as we look at things like that one toward Gainesville, all that impact for sure into Ward Alachua County. But again, if we get more warnings locally, I'll be on immediately to give you the coverage. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in. I appreciate your viewership. And I'm going to leave this running for a while longer with no audio. We don't have any warnings at the moment, but that could change quickly. And I'll be here to cover them for you live as those conditions warrant. For now, thanks for tuning in and trusting me. That warning is off the board now, it looks like, as we look toward Duval. But again, I'll be monitoring things for you. Thanks so much for your viewership and your trust in me. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here on a Saturday evening. I know we had all those warnings for hours earlier on, had that break for just a little over an hour, and now we have a new warning, this time in towards South Georgia there for parts of Thomas County in our area, also parts of Brooks County now, up toward Colquitt County, that's outside of the viewing circle, but we're watching parts of Thomas and parts of Brooks until 9 p.m. So National Weather Service Tallahassee issued this warning at 8:14. So just a few minutes ago, the severe thunderstorm warning coming on out. And it looks like a situation here where 8:14 severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles west of Riverside and near Coolidge, moving northeast at 5 miles an hour. I know this is kind of why I kept the stream going, just in case we had another one of these pop on up. Again, we were with you from like 2:30, I guess, or about 3 o'clock, somewhere around there, all the way to about 7 o'clock. And then now coming back with you, to give you more coverage here of some severe weather. We have another warning pop on up here. That potential just wasn't completely zero here. Some of these areas here are still able to maybe produce some severe conditions here with enough energy left on over. So we have this severe thunderstorm warning. Looking here from some of the different radars, you can see some wind energy. It doesn't look like a whole bunch from Tallahassee. Let's check Valdosta, maybe a little bit more from that, as you see there in northeast Thomas County. But severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Thomas, northwestern Brooks, and Colquitt counties in south central Georgia until 9 p.m. Moultrie, around Norman Park, Doran. Some of these areas are just outside of the area, but some are still in it. Riverside, Sly, Berlin, Funston, Barwick, Ellington, Thomasville Municipal Airport, Dillon, South Moultrie, Merrillville, Chastain, Sigsbee, and Moultrie Municipal Airport. So for your protection, make sure you get inside, get away from windows here in the north parts of Thomas County. I know it's a situation that we're watching carefully. We have some of that Saharan dust, believe it or not, is playing a role here in our overall storyline, because we're able to get sometimes maybe these storms to, if they fall apart a little quicker, they put out that burst of wind energy a little bit quicker. So here we are with another severe thunderstorm warning, some severe concern, severe weather concern toward areas there around Coolidge in northeastern Thomas County. Maybe a little wind enhancement west of Moultrie. And if this gets trimmed back eventually, just for Colquitt, we'll wrap coverage because Colquitt's out of our area. But Thomas and Brooks are in our area. So we just have to be on top of things right now, giving you guys the very latest here on the situation as we look at the overall meteorological story. Let me go ahead and back this up 15 minutes. You can see how we had some brighter colors showing up, just enough maybe to reach that severe threshold here. I know we had that radar going to be able to watch some of this stuff. We were watching some stuff in southeast Georgia, but didn't get any warnings over there. So that was good news, obviously, as we were watching things in that 7 o'clock hour. But it has been a nasty day in terms of storm acts, and just going between some of our different radar scans here. As we look, you can see around Coolidge there, excuse me, as also around areas there as we get in tight. We're going to get to some of these roads on here, and you'll be able to see a Woodhaven Road, Paramore Road. So again, another severe thunderstorm warning popping on up. Not a lot of lightning in there either. It's just a weird setup we have. Maybe getting a downburst potential here in the northeastern Thomas County. There's also a chance into Colquitt. Maybe a little higher chance. But again, that's just outside of the area. Something that was very much in the area earlier on, though, is what happened toward Gainesville and Alachua County. I know this was just a very dramatic report here. I'll tilt this up. We're just, see all the different reports on the screen here. I'll take them off just for a second. But then as we look here into Alachua County, what a story that was there, as we had a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust as we were looking. I mean, we had, here's a look at it right here from the mesonet, over 100 feet above ground level, mind you, with the weather stem, but still, a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust is extraordinary. A hurricane-force wind gust on the University of Florida campus here this afternoon. So very much noteworthy here as we look over toward that area. Let's get back into the warning we have right now, though. I know we had over about 12,000 customers in the dark at one point with the power outages. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed, though. Keep everybody safe and informed. Backing this up here about 30 minutes, you can see we had some stuff around Coolidge, and now, lightning's kind of gone away, so I don't know how long the warning will last, at least for Thomas and Brooks, maybe into toward Colquitt. But again, that's north of our area, so we'll have to see. I know We're just going to monitor the trends. That could be something for a Dale there. Again, that's just getting up north there, the viewing circle toward I-75, in that zone. But let's go over to the outage information, because that's been a big story today. This is why we were on for hours with you. I mean, literally hours. Just such, long fuse type of coverage. You can see Hamilton County, a pretty high percentage in the dark. A lot to it doing better than it was over there in toward parts of north central Florida. But let me go ahead and we'll zoom back on over. We'll zoom back on over here as we look at the information. Let's go to county power total. You'll still be able to see we still have about 4,000 in the dark here as the sun's going down. So just be very careful. If you're trying to venture out there, it's a situation where maybe some of the street lights aren't working. That makes things a little bit, harder to see things. If you can avoid going out in that type of scenario, you should. And then also, in that type of situation, you need to just make sure, that, if you are staying at home, don't be using those candles to light things around the home, because if you try to go to bed with one of those lit, what happens if something causes it to fall over? Maybe, one of your animals or something like that knocks it over, and then you have a house fire in a much worse situation, much, much worse, and maybe a life-threatening situation in play here as we're looking here at the overall scenario. You need to use a flashlight or something instead. That's best option. We're talking about that more in hurricane coverage here, but still we've had so many outages, over 1,000 or so toward Marion County. They had a higher number earlier on. Swanee County 1,000, Duval 2,000 still as we get towards sunset. 900 in Nassau, 900 in Hamilton. You have 400 there as we get towards South Georgia. So again, just trying to give you the very latest on the scenario here. Just trying to give you the latest on the scenario. I know I keep going to some of the different radar things around Jacksonville falling off. We still have some strong storms, I guess you can call them. No official advisory, but some stuff around Brunswick here, a little bit of wind enhancement. But, as we look back toward the west here, we have this severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Thomas and Brooks, and also north of our area and toward parts of Colquitt there until 9 p.m. But again, that's not our biggest concern for our area. That's more the Albany television market up there as we look further on up. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date and breaking back in. We were here on the coverage, here with you for a while. But having to come back on here, giving you guys the very latest here on the situation. Let me go ahead and see if there's any questions, comments. I'll go ahead and go over that computer source right now as we watch things with the yellow box. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. I see Top Cat watching here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in on this Saturday night. Again, with the coverage here, just seeing the storm activity, just seeing some of that potential here evolve. Just have to be very mindful of that as I go back over toward the other source here right now. We're going to go ahead and zoom on in here. You see some of that wind enhancement around Moultrie. Around Moultrie, but that's north of our area. They're warning for around Coolidge as well. I just don't see a whole bunch there, to be completely honest with you. But you never know in this setup here after everything that we've had happen. The terrible tragedy toward Leon County yesterday, where we had 2 people lose their life because of a tree falling on a vehicle, apparently. It's just so awful. It's terrible. And then, we just don't want to take any chances. We had a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust yesterday in Gainesville and a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust today in Gainesville, a different part of Gainesville. I mean, that's how these storms are hit and miss. I mean, it was UF area today, 78 miles an hour, 66 at the Gainesville airport yesterday in northeast Gainesville. So, just crazy how things can evolve here for you. I know you see some different advisory information. This certainly does not look impressive, and if it wasn't for all the history these storms have had in the last couple of days, I'd be more skeptical and probably just wrap coverage. But until they drop this warning, I really don't want to wrap it up. We had that, situation here where we've had the Saharan dust kind of getting trained here, and that changes the atmospheric profile some as we're looking. I mean, you have things like hail in there, and, we've been getting some of that hail here today, for instance, or some of our spots. We don't get that too much in the summertime around here, but we've been getting some of that today, our dust, that thickness here. In fact, let me go over to our coverage map just to remind you guys of our 38 counties. I'll go ahead and go into some of our different modes here. We'll look at the Saharan dust graphic here. I'll get this set on up. As we look here at the very latest, I just want to kind of get this view on here for everybody. So you can kind of see here, we have that dust, and it's not as much as like toward the south here. I mean, that can, if you get so much, it can kind of stop things from maybe getting going, depending on the overall setup, mind you. But, it's so thick, that's really impacting, air quality in terms of like people with respiratory concerns, increasing that vulnerability here. But toward area, it's just enough to kind of get mixed in here in the atmospheric profile to kind of change things. The hail threat, we had a little bit of that today. Don't generally get that around here in summertime, but too much. I mean, so you can get it, but it's not something here that we have just in an overwhelming fashion generally as we're looking at things, as we're just keeping our eyes on the scenario. And then we had a downburst potential. That's probably been the bigger thing, the downburst potential here. That potential there with those bursts of wind energy getting down to the surface because the storms kind of get up there and then they fall apart a little quicker. And that's, in part because it's Saharan dust. So, again, kind of an odd storyline here that we're not used to talking about, but that's where we're at with it. You can see that coming off of the coast of Africa there as we look at our graphic, as we try to tilt the Earth around a little bit to show you that. So, it's kind of a crazy storyline there meteorologically as we're looking at that information, that playing a role to some degree here with the overall meteorological elements. Go back to analysis mode. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we don't cover Colquitt, but we cover Thomas and Brooks, and we're with you right now. I'm not overly impressed, but we're just going to watch things there around areas in northeastern parts of Thomas County. Again, just trying to keep you safe, trying to keep you informed. Had a gust of 43 earlier at Thomasville Airport. Something to bear in mind. See all of our damage reports here. Jefferson County fallen trees. Our limbs resulted in a power outage. You see a tree and multiple lines down there in Jefferson County. McCullough fallen trees there and limbs resulted in a power outage. Had some flooding reports and wind damage reports in Duval. I mean, this is something that we didn't talk about earlier on, with the report, but these are almost the exact areas I was talking about on the radar and street level mapping earlier. We ended up getting this report from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office dispatch there. The Weather Service putting this on in here that a tree was down over the road in the Rebar area on the northern side of Jacksonville, and up to 3 reports concerning tree damage have been reported in that area. So that wind energy, that burst of wind, can be an issue. We had some flood in the urban area there, Lem Turner on Palmdale Street. Again, this was a very active day as we were looking toward our different zones. We had, it looks like there in the Ponte Vedra Beach area, public called in a report of minor outdoor patio furniture tossed. A few recently planted trees toppled and 3-inch tree limbs down in the March Landing community. Again, this the report of all reports, though, was that, situation toward Gainesville, we had the 70-mile-an-hour winds, coming on in there, numerous trees and wires down there on 350. That's on the Roy, it's in the wake of the severe winds yesterday, the 66 at the Gainesville Airport, 78 today at the University of Florida. Down toward the south, damage to the roof of a business in Ocala, including portions of the roof torn off. Just very noteworthy stuff. Multiple trees and power lines down in the northeast side of Ocala. Again, a very, very active day for our area. As active as you ever see in the summertime, in part because of the Saharan dust there, letting those bursts of wind energy get down to the surface. I mean, we had reports in Dixie County there. Had issues in Wakulla, just different areas of the viewing circle. And it's just so weird because they keep talking about all these reports. You're thinking, okay, well, a lot of people got rain. Well, not exactly. Let's look here at our 12-hour total. I mean, the coverage of the storm action wasn't even just, really widespread. It's just wherever people got the rain and they got a storm, they got focused damage potential. So kind of interesting in that regard as we're looking at the overall situation. So, we had a couple warnings. Western Bradford County had a good bit of rain, but around Stark, where we're at, really no rain. But we had the severe potential to the west. We had some to the northeast, to the northwest right now, it's just all over the place, to the south, due south toward Gainesville. Just that's how it can go sometimes. It's a little more pronounced because of that Saharan dust, I would say, though. again, it's weird to keep, contributing, that Saharan dust here to, why this is happening, but it seems to be the case here in general. We have a frontal boundary to the north, and I'll go to the national view here. Frontal boundary, been having big flooding toward parts of like Missouri there lately, and some severe warnings here and there toward like Tennessee. I was just watching Southern Tennessee's weather coverage, of the situation there recently in the Ward area. They had a rogue severe thunderstorm warning, and they did a great job like they always do. And it's just a scenario here where that boundary is going to get closer, so it's going to help to focus some more convection. Hopefully, it's more, in a more isolated nature for the severe, even if we have more rainfall in terms of the actual convective coverage, though. So again, let's just go ahead and look here at some of the different information. You can see here right now, this looks more focused toward Moultrie there, versus our area. So, our 7-day, though, this tells the story. Hot conditions there as we look ahead toward that Sunday, toward Monday. It's a situation where we end up having those temperatures here, fall off a little more cloud cover. Hopefully that'll limit the severe threat some, but we have a formal risk. You never know. We'll have to see how the dust and just all the parameters play on out, as we look here in the timeline. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is a situation where we're going to warm up a little bit more than I first had. So going to have to be watching out for some of the storm activity as we are monitoring things in the overall timeline here. Just having to kind of be paying attention here, being vigilant, obviously. And we'll pay attention to things here. We'll be vigilant as we look ahead here. Your day 1 convective risk, your day 2 convective risk, your day 3 convective risk. So we still have some potential the next couple days is where I'm going with this here with the severe threat in play formally from the Storm Prediction Center. So, just continuing to watch things here, across the area. Today's risk is pretty limited at this point because the atmosphere is pretty worked over, but still I'll be paying attention, obviously. I'll be paying attention to things, paying attention here to the overall situation. Let's just go ahead and keep looking here, the Doppler scans. Let me go ahead and do something else. We're going to go to future Saharan dust because I want to see how that's going to play into our forecast coming up. So let me change a couple of things with that graphic here. And, I'm not spending a lot of time on our warning, and I think that kind of tells you there at home. I'm not overly concerned, but we still can't let our guard down and look to wrap coverage. So just kind of, why I'm staying vigilant there for our folks in Thomas and Brooks. Got to still be careful. Be inside, be away from windows, but pretty rural and pretty weak signature overall for our covered area, more so up toward Colquitt County, the outside of the zone, as we're looking at the overall situation. Our model is so in the dust, stick around. So I'll have to just see how this impacts severe potential here. I'm just kind of looking at it behind the scenes. Sometimes it gets thicker than others, which might suppress things. It's just stuff we don't, forecast that much. I'm not that familiar with forecasting how dust impacts our severe potential around here. It happens maybe about once a year, and that's something really not seeing until about 5 years ago or so that I was really keying in on in the models and stuff. So kind of interesting how that's been playing out here meteorologically, though. So I'm going to go ahead and set that in just a second, but let me get our time setting here. Our time setting kind of figured on out. And of course, this does suppress tropical activity, which is good, but we're going to go over to that mode now to show you the Saharan dust potential, though. As we look ahead in the timeline, you can see all that dust there, really impacting air quality in Central and South Florida, but that kind of moves up here. Have to see if that kind of, really cuts off our severe chances. We'll see. It's hard to forecast. That's not something I'm used to talking about. I mean, that's not something, really, didn't really, at least I don't remember hearing about it too much when I was a kid. I'm sure it was happening, but it's just, something that not necessarily maybe couldn't visualize it as good like this here in terms of some of the computer models like you can now, for instance. So we'll go ahead and go back over to analysis mode, though. And we'll look at our warning, Thomas and Brooks until 9. As we try to give you the latest. 20, 23. See some pretty low numbers. This doesn't look too impressive, but let me see if there's any more questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here on this Saturday evening, monitoring things, tracking things here. Going back over to the weather computer. Again, doesn't look like much in our area, to be completely honest with you, but they still have the warning here. It looks like it's trying to drift a little south, a bit south. So we'll have to just kind of be mindful here. So again, just trying to keep you informed. Trying to update you. Again, just trying to update you as I look through some sources behind the scenes. Just not seeing a whole bunch here, to be honest. Just checking with the Tallahassee office to see if there's anything new. Don't see any new statement out. Just going between some modes, not seeing a whole bunch here. I mean, there could be a little something down east of Coolidge. There's a lightning strike on the board. Let's go to some other radar views. We have some light rain here and there toward north central, northeast Florida, but nothing overwhelming. Southeast Georgia here is the situation around Brunswick, in North Glenn County. Some heavy rain up there. Let's go to rainfall totals. We'll do 6 hour. Some of the areas a couple inches, but toward Duval, a couple inches there. Parts of Alachua there, a couple inches spots, but some spots, I mean, really nothing. Like around where I'm at here in Bradford County. So it's crazy to be on this for this long and not really have anything in parts of Bradford County, but we had a couple warnings in our western county zones. Western parts of Bradford County with some morning activity, but this doesn't look like much at all. It's just they're keeping the warning on here, though. They're trying to be extra careful after everything that's happened the last couple of days. That dust apparently having an influence here to be able to get those bursts of wind energy down toward the surface as things fall apart. Can knock trees down as we, tragically saw yesterday in Tallahassee area. But again, let's check some different things here. I haven't really done it too much on a storm. I know I haven't done it much at all, but, I've been trying to do it a little bit today, our 3D mode. I haven't done it on a storm that much, in terms of one, that's not as strong. I mean, it's not near as high up as what we were looking at with some of the accent earlier on. You can see some of that kind of falling off to the north a little, but never really had a whole bunch here to the south in the last few minutes. Let's go back a whole hour, though. We'll go back a whole hour. It was higher earlier, so when that falls down, you can get maybe the potential. But at this point, I feel like it might have, at least in our area, it might have fallen down enough where it's not as high of that concern. But we'll just kind of wait and see. You see east of Coolidge? Okay, there's a little bit of something, but they just cleared out our county. So, our 2 counties, I should say, Thomas and then over toward Brooks. So it's just for Colquitt. Now, let me just double check, and if that's the case, we'll wrap. We'll keep the stream going, but okay, 8:44, severe thunderstorm warning remained in effect until 9 p.m. for Colquitt County, moving east at 10 around Moultrie, but the severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Thomas and northwestern Brooks is canceled. We used to cover Colquitt, but we enhanced our covered area here as we were looking there to ward a little bit earlier on in the year to ward our 38 counties. So we were covering Thomas. We're still covering Thomas. We were covering it then, covering Brooks then and now, but not covering Colquitt anymore. So these are what we're on, when there's severe weather concern. These are the counties we're on for. So that's the storyline. I'm a little wore out, to be completely honest. We're going to wrap covered for now. But if we need to pop back in, we will be back on here with more coverage. We've been with you. I mean, we were on, in the 2 o'clock hour, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock hour, and then we didn't have to be on in the 7 o'clock hour, but in the 8 o'clock hour, having to jump back in with coverage. But now that's north of our area. Hopefully that'll be do it for tonight. I'll probably cut the stream pretty soon here, but I'll leave it going a little longer just in case here, just in case anything kind of, crops up on us. That one kind of did in little bits. So just wanted to be extra careful and, have the stream going here. And it was a good thing we did. Being extra careful, getting on the air with that warning. But now that's out of our area. It's still in our, map here to the north, though, in toward Colquitt County. So that's going to be it for now. Thanks for tuning in, trusting me. I see John B. talking about a lot of rain in Duval County. That was the story earlier on. Even a little bit of flooding reporting, coming out of there. So some flood reports coming out of there for sure. That's going to wrap it for now with the coverage, but we're going to leave the stream going. We'll leave that stream going here. I appreciate you tuning in and trusting me. You see the warning in the north, so we'll keep this one up for now. You can watch that radar view, but no warning in our area now. Thomas, Brooks out of the warning, still going for parts of Colquitt, north of our area. But for now, really appreciate everybody tuning on in. Stay safe. Enjoy your evening.